Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And welcome everyone. This is the Kesh Corona Telegram meeting in English for April 11th, 2021. It's the North American team. The presenter today will be Alex Skoric, and I'm your host, Mark Anderson. We're going to be listening to the 6th Kids Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And we're going to be understanding a little more about proteins, amino acids, vertical walkers, horizontal walkers, and anyone who's concerned or had some thoughts about being a vegetarian, and maybe your understanding isn't exactly up to Mr. Kesh's understanding, or if your child perhaps wants to be a vegetarian or a vegan, it might be a good idea to listen to this teaching. Mr. Kesh says that the adults get more out of the kids' teachings than the children do. So let's just pretend we're children today. And this will be about a 42-minute teaching, but it's very beautiful and it's very simple. There's no complicated terms here. It's all mostly in language that we all understand every day. So I want to thank you for joining us, our international guests. Dan, I would like to make you co-host today if I could. Would you be okay with that? And that's fine. Before we go there, we did have a meeting of the USKFTV earlier today, and we discussed America's frontline doctors. I found their telegram and I got on their site, and I'd just like to read the message that I sent to them. KFTV International would like to interview frontline doctors and share how to drain energy from a virus, any virus, using Kesh GAN's plasma technology science without injections or jabs. This gift to humanity was given to China in January 2020, and now 1.4 billion citizens are enjoying relief and freedom with no mask and no internal passports in an active economy. Express your interests in understanding more by contacting info@keshfoundation.org. Also, see our published paper entitled Successful Application of the Newly Discovered GAN's Plasma and GAN's Water Technology for Detection, Cure, Prevention, and Disinfection of the COVID family of viruses in Trials in Iran 2020 pandemic. Thank you for your sincere concerns in addressing these issues. So the call has gone out to the American frontline doctors, and we'll see if they show any interest in this or if they're just a sort of what I would call a controlled opposition. Let's go right into the kids' workshop, and we will hear Mr. Kesh discussing many of the things we talk about, but I think it's going to be a little clearer today as far as amino acids and proteins, and our friends who are vertical walkers and our friends or beings or people who are horizontal walkers. And they're both people with souls, with emotions, and with feelings. So let's learn more and let's put ourselves in the perspective of a child. And as we know, our level of intelligence is rather low. And even though most of us here are adults, we're just really big children or older children, so to speak. But we are maturing into the knowledge, and let's continue to mature into this knowledge. Again, thank you all for being here, and welcome, Azar. It's nice to see you, and it was nice to see your interview just recently.
Hello, and
Hello.
thank you. Hi, how are you?
Good. Apparently you've been around the world and back, so.
Yes, I've been away for, I was away for almost 40 something days, and it was a quite experience.
I'm sure
It was a nice experience. It was a nice experience.
your trip was fruitful, and we saw the Mitra location.
Yeah. It happened. Everything happened by accident. We weren't planning anything, and we've just fallen into everything by itself. And it was, as Mr. Kesh says, things happen on its own. And we planned a couple of different traveling, but we ended up to be there at the right moment at the right time. And it was great, and I'm glad that we could manage to take that piece and show it to you guys and see the essence of it. And that area is about 7,500 years old, and 7,500 years ago people lived there. And this Onaita meter was about 2,500 years ago. And you could feel essence. I mean, and you know, when you look at that, one of the pictures we took, which is Mitra and then Ahura Mazda, and then the king, which is delivering the Ahura Mazda, giving the crown of the kingdom to the king. And it was talking about Ahura Mazda, which is the creator, watching the land with thousands of eyes. And actually you can feel it, you can sense it. And now I understand the importance of that locations. the Persia, that the whole locations, and how Mr. Cash emphasized on the knowledge has to expand to the rest of the planet. And it was fascinating to see that really we, the human, when we say we are the creator, we are really the creator. But verbally we talk about it, but in essence, feeling it, that we are the real creator and we have so much power. This is something that, is for each of us in our own way, have to step into it and become that creator. And I think when Mr. Katz says one person can pull the whole humanity, is that person that feels that essence that he or she is the creator can do that, because we are all. But it's very hard for us to touch it and be it. And it might take a second. You step into it and the whole thing changes. But that's the reality. And when it's going to happen and how it's going to happen, I don't know. But one thing I can say for sure, the creator is in control. And the creator knows what he's doing. The creator knows everything. The creator knows every step we take. In only us, it's only us, we try to plan things, try to make things happen. But I think as soon as each of us start to enjoy the beauty of this planet to its fullest and just be the life in it, because the creator wants us to live it. And that living it actually opens all the gates for us. And living this essence of the creator is something is effortless. Is life, is joy, is love, and is your breath. And it is amazing that once we step into it and we become that life, instead of looking at everything that we see as a problem or something we have to like fix it, and everything changes. So many people came and said so many different things. I remember a long time ago, I read a book from Wayne Dyer. It says, change the way you look at things, things will change. And it never clicked for me until then, when I was in that land. Then we all have to look at life in a different way. We change our perspective and see the beauty of that. Because the minute you change and you see the beauty of everything you see around you, you actually amplify it, amplify the beauty, amplify love. It's the same way when we talk about all the doom and gloom, we can amplify that. When we start talking about everything that's beautiful, we amplify that. We amplify that 1 billion times, because the creator doesn't have anything except love. If you were the creator cannot see war, cannot see ugliness, cannot see any of this. We see that. So the minute we move away from all that and then just enjoy this land, enjoy this planet the best possible, and bring the beauty of it more and more to the people, and show them the beauty of this planet and beauty of the creator, beauty of love, beauty of everything that you see, beauty of your breath, then you amplify it 1 million times. And then it becomes like a virus. It captures everybody. So, and then you don't, at the same time, you don't miss life. We all come to this planet, and then we get involved with all our little petty things about life and this and that. I don't know what this person does, or the home and the work and everything else. It's just all petty compared to what Creator has given us. uh, beauty that you feel and you see. At the same time, when you start living that life, which is only beauty on this planet, and the other thing that we concentrate on, it will resolve itself. Because as if you open another door, another gate. Because what we experience in our life, you creating it. If you see lack, you creating lack. If you see beauty, you creating it. Every single thing, even if a strand of hair falls on your lap, you creating it. There's nothing in our life that we are not the creator. We're creating the wars, we're creating the ugliness, we're creating all that. Because by concentrating on it, by talking about it, but each of us, the responsibility of each of us is to feel life to its beauty, to feel God to its beauty, to feel the God within ourselves, because the God is closer than our skin to ourselves. Is with us all the time, 24/7. We're swimming in it, we breathing it, but we see the separation. So what I saw, what I feel on this trip, that I need to live to the beauty God wanted me to live, to experience that, and not to miss it. And if I experience it and talk about it and breathe it, I can amplify it. I can make it more. I can change the whole planet. At least I can try, but not concentrate on what's going wrong in the planet, what's going wrong with this government, what's going wrong with this, that. Just concentrate on everything that is of life, of God, of beauty, of compassion, of kindness, because God already knows what he's doing. We don't have to do his job for him. We just have to do our job. And our job is to be life, the life that was given to us, to enjoy this, what is given to you. They put you on this beautiful planet, and then we want to find a job or this, or we want to talk about certain guy is not doing his job, or certain government is not doing job. It's not our job. It's our job is concentrate on what these people are doing right and amplify it. And that was one thing that is so clear to me, that we got lost in our meager existence, in pettiness, in small things, that we get drown ourselves to it. But at the same time, we're in this vast ocean of love of God, which is all around us. But we got this thickest skin that we don't feel it. But I don't know how and why people miss that, which I did miss it too. But something happened to me there that I can feel the existence of God everywhere, and I don't have to worry about anything anymore. I just feel like I just have to be more joyful, and little things I see, even little plant I see, I can feel the plant. I can be the plant, and just looking at beauty of it, looking at one flower, it just make a big huge difference. I don't know. This is what I feel. Thank you.
Thank you. As Jesus would say to his friends, be at peace with yourself and enjoy life. And I heard a term the other day that it wasn't on our website, but it was something else I was listening to, where they said, we are all creators with amnesia. We've forgotten just what Azar had just said. And in the 374th workshop, Mr. Kesh indicated all these transmutations and conversions we've been through to get to the place we are, but we don't remember all these things. But he said we're going to be allowed to remember. So we're not going to be creators anymore with amnesia and forgot where we came from. But for some reason, that seems to be the way it is now, and it's very easy for us to forget. But I'm glad you went on that trip and you've done an Ambassador for Peace mission. And that's very beautiful, and you shared with the entire world, and it'll be shared more and more as more people come into the foundation. So thank you for that trip and for elevating us and inspiring us with the videos and with your work.
Thank you for allowing me to talk. Thank you.
So as I said, we're going to go into the 6th Kids Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And even though it might seem somewhat repetitive, I don't think it will be. Mr. Kesh, just with a simple pad and drawing the nitrogen, oxygen, carbon, and hydrogen, he goes into a beautiful 40-minute dissertation on understanding eating and understanding the beings that are all around us that we just look at as plants or as animals and as lower, but they're not. They have souls, they have emotions, and they all have feelings. And so we want to bless the food when we take it, and we want to elevate the soul as well, and also be prepared to give the soul. So let's go right into that. Rick will introduce it, and this is back in 2014. And we want to thank Rick as well, because he seems to be in almost every teaching everywhere for so many years. We elevate his soul as well. Thank you, Rick Crammon.
Welcome everybody on live stream to today's workshop, the 6th Kids Knowledge Seekers Workshop of the Keshe Foundation. And today, once again, we'll be in contact with Mr. Keshe of the Keshe Foundation at the Spaceship Institute. And he'll be showing us and describing some of the ways the universe works in a way that the child in us can understand, and we can progress in our knowledge. Okay, let's switch over to Mr. Keshe now. He's ready to go with his magic pad of wonders there. And see, it's ready to go. So, Mr. Keshe, are you there?
Yes. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, good everything, whatever, wherever you are. I think we need Kevin to introduce to us what he wants to talk about this week. That will follow the title of the topic he's chosen. What is your dream this week, Mr. Kevin Kavanagh?
Hello, this is Keivan Davani. Mr. Keshe, in one of the first workshops, you mentioned that the fruits and the plants and everything we eat, that is, those that are closer to the Earth, absorb more of the magnetic gravitational fields of the Earth. Is that right? Do I say
Yes.
that? Okay. And the fruits that hang on the tree absorb more of the, let's say, atmosphere and whatever is beyond that atmosphere of those magnetic gravitational fields. So we need both for our energy, for nourishment, to be alive, to stay alive. Now, I mean, I have a lot of questions today, but I want to resolve that for myself, because you always talk about vegetarians, and I guess you imply also the vegans who don't eat any animal-based food. I need to clarify that for me, from a scientific plasmatic point of view, from you.
Are you vegetarian or are you vegan?
I'm vegan for 5 years, and I've never been, healthier like now. And I just want to know, do we really need animal products or meat to stay healthy and alive?
Okay, now you have to explain to the children the difference between a vegetarian and a vegan.
Okay, the
then
vegetarian...
they know what it is. They think you are just a vegan going around. You got to explain what a vegan is and what is the vegetarian.
Yeah, for sure. Well, vegetarians, they don't eat any meat, but they do eat milk products, milk, cheese, but not any meat. or any. I guess there are also some vegetarians who eat fish but no meat. So there are different kinds of
You mean
vegetarians.
red or white meat?
Um, for me, I mean, as a vegan, I don't eat any. I don't eat any meat, fish, or any type of animal. No milk, no cheese, no eggs. And vegetarians would they do eat eggs, cheese, and milk. So I think this is the simple explanation to make a difference between vegetarians and vegans.
Okay, now, so you eat vegetables, but you don't eat milk and yogurt and egg.
Exactly. I eat everything that's plant-based.
no.
That comes from the plant.
Okay. It means you like different kind of animals.
Yes,
That's
all of
all
them.
it means.
Yeah.
The thing is, you eat wheat, you eat lettuce, you eat tomatoes, you eat carrots, I presume, potatoes,
Mhm.
and these are
And a lot of
all animals, but they don't walk.
Mhm.
To you, an animal or a product from an animal is when it's walked, it's kept, it's fed, and it says ma or says ba, and then that's it. Or it goes chick chick. But if you look at the wheat, there is 50, 60, 70% of protein in it. And protein is live, is an entity. Protein means 4 little chops called nitrogen, hydrogen, carbon, and oxygen working together. So if this is in red color, you call it meat, is no for you. But if it is in a brown color and is called whole wheat bread loaf, is yes. How can you be a vegan? How can you be somebody who's not touching protein? It's exactly the same. It's just you choose which type of protein you need. Without protein, your body dies. Vitamins, minerals, you all take. You just, if you can go live on the internet now and just put bread and content of the protein in the wheat. It's just we as human decide which type of animals we like to eat. And we give a different name. A vegetation, a wheat, any kind of living animal, because it grows and in the human and animal life, we walk horizontally, the vegetation walk vertically. You try to walk off the wall, on the wall. You can't do, but the vegetations do. That's the way they walk. You have chosen not to eat anything which is from horizontal walking creatures, but you eat what goes vertical. So it's the choice. I don't call you vegan, I don't call you vegetarian. I call you horizontal eaters or vertical eaters. And in so many ways, without protein, you cannot survive. The body finds a way because your body is made. If you eat potatoes or sugar, this is a CH, it's just for energy. But any other products, more or less, any other vegetation, more or less, any fruit, more or less, carries certain amount of protein. So you decide you don't like a white meat, but you decide you like a white flour rice. So that's the change of name. In fact, you cannot live. Human body is made of protein, what we call amino acid base, and without it, it cannot survive because it needs it to nourish equal to equal. Your body, your muscle has protein and it's got the amino acid, which has the combination of NHC. Oh, so when you eat white bread, the plasmatic magnetic field of each one interacts with similarity because it's easier. You balance it off. And because our body is made of a combination of amino acids, we need varieties of protein that are in tune, in balanced plasmatic magnetic gravitational field with what is in the body. There is a huge problem with the people who have been brought up in a vegetarian family and the ones who've been brought up in a meat-eating family. Because if you're a meat eater and you decide to become a vegetarian tomorrow, you're moving from one combination, let's say white bread, protein, to meat or vice versa. So in your body, if it's in one go, the body has to adapt. And this adaptation means it has to take something from somewhere or give something to somewhere in the body to be able to replicate that the protein of the meat gets the same as protein strength of the meat protein than the vegetable or than anything else. So the height, the level, the distance of a plant from the ground is very much why you eat chicken, lamb, a cow, or a kangaroo. It's the same. Different animals being on a four-legged walking horizontally or a plant going vertically, according to their height, absorb the same kind of energy from their environment. There is a reason why all the animals are not the height of a chicken, and all the vegetation are not the height of an apple tree. This is what the world of science and the humanity has to understand. Why we use different kind of animals, why we consume different kind of food, why we consume different kind of fruit and vegetation. Why man for centuries was a root eater? Because in root we find certain amount of energies which we need for fast digestion. The whole process of human progress, human intelligence, change of human intelligence over the centuries has been, over actually millions of years, has been the adoption in how he consumes protein. When we used to eat grain, just grow grain and just wet them or eat them dry, the intelligence wasn't as high as today. When the man used to eat meat raw as he captured and killed the animals, the birds or whatever, was not the same. The reason is very simple. This is a phenomenon you can go and check. For example, if you ate a kilo of meat you needed like, let's say 10 hours to digest this meat in your stomach, for a lot of energy to be used to, first of all, boil it, cook it, dissolve it, whatever you want to call it. And then this energy was released slowly over time. That's why man became meat eater, because you could eat in one go and last longer. Then when we found the fire, all we did, we changed the stomach of the man with a cooking pot. Instead of cooking in our stomach and energy taking from the body to open up the structure of the meat that we can digest this energy, now we change the cooking pot to the fire and a pot. We put the meat in the pot. The cooking time went from the fire, the energy from inside of our body comes from the fire in the pot, and so the meat was already softened, the rice was already softened, wheat was already softened. So when we ate it, we got the full nourishment without putting energy into it, because the energy was put in by cooking process. And this surplus of energy which we received was over millions of years used to become the intelligence of the man. Because we had more energy, more plasma, more availability, which was a surplus and will not go in the body as fat. So we grew in intelligence because we had less, we needed less to do, less hunting, but absorb more energy. So now, if you're a vegan, instead of you putting a cow in the pot, you put wheat in the pot. But you still go through the same process of opening up the protein that when it comes into your stomach is easier to break up the energy and be absorbed by the body. So the height of the vegetable, the short one, is like a chicken. The ones which you pick up, beans or whatever, is like a cow. And that's the difference. When you're higher, you absorb different energies which your body needs. So this is why we live this kind of lives, why the human race has evolved in this way. As I said in the other teachings, the oxygen, the air in the atmosphere of this planet is not all the same oxygen. We gave it the oxygen as a name, but in energy, plasmatic gravitational field as a plasma energy is a size of, let's say, an apple to size of a huge watermelon. They're all fruits. And it's the same with oxygen. They're all oxygen. They're all hydrogen. They're all nitrogen. But each nitrogen has a different strength and it matches with the same magnetic gravitational field of the carbon and others of the four to make the amino acid. When you say you're a vegan, you're not supposed to cook. And if you are in a way a vegan that does not cook any food and you eat raw, you find out these kind of people are very, very placid, very calm. They find peace with themselves. It's very simple. Why you're happy? Why you become content? Because you don't receive the extra energy which comes from protein of the animal, which is of the highest order gravitational magnetic field of what do you call it, protein. And because you don't have that energy, you don't have the strength to be active as what do you call it, meat eaters. Gradually over time, you find the body adapts to what it receives. The pleasantness, the calmness, the comfort, the joy of being not in a rush is actually comes from the lack of energy available in full spectrum of what the muscle tissue needs. I'll always give an example. Us, Kevin is Iranian as well, we come from the culture of the Middle East and Central Asia. Iran, Afghanistan, India, and in the process of past 1,000 years, 1,500 years, we used to be very calm and very placid people because, first of all, meat was part of our order of food, but we were more vegetarian. We were eating more roots and wheat. By coming of the Islam in this area, and because Arabs did not have so much access to meat as was available in the Middle East and around Iran and Central Asia, they became so meat eaters that in the process became part of the structure of the life of what we call Muslims. But the main part of Iran and the other side, the Zoroastrians and the Hindus, stayed vegetarians. And these are all brothers and sisters and cousins. They were not strangers. Half became one kind of belief and the other one became the other kind of belief. What happened after 1400 years? Because of the consumption of the huge consumption of meat and the aggression of killing and watching an animal that you're more superior, so you're more powerful, the feature of the brothers from the same race changed. So much so that now what is in past 50, 60 years, the ones who became the meat eaters are mainly meat eaters and in one kind of belief, look totally different than the rest of the nation. So they made two nations, Pakistan and India. The vegetarians, line of very much vegan, but not vegans, but vegetarians, than the pure meat eaters as a main line of energies consumption. When you go to Pakistan and you see the Indians, even they used to be brothers and cousins and uncles, they have totally different feature because of the consumption of the energy and the vastness of the energy they use. And so because you have less energy, you absorb more lower level amino acids from the proteins from vegetables, you find you behave the same because there's not much enough energy to be aggressive. So you become placid. War is the last option, where when you leave and use so much meat, so much energy, fighting is the first option. So it brings different kind of approach, different kind of mentality, and then you will see how in a different kind of cultures, we use different, what we call herbs, according to infections which are available in the area. You like mint, mint is a herb. You like different kind of vegetables, these are what was needed to allow the human race to survive the infections in the time and the present. So when you say, what kind of, I'm a vegan, I tell you, you're a vertical eater. You still eat animals. In the lab here, when we run a test, and the very first bottle reactors were made, and they were string long as a height, what are called the vertical reactors or vertical lines. On the top, we see a very soft hexagonal vegetation protein. In the containers, when we have wires twisted together and we compact the energy, we see thick fat on top of the container, very much like animal fat. So either way you want to eat, vertical or horizontal, you're still protein eater and you still eat live entities.
Okay.
If, let me explain to you,
Sure.
if you can eat a stone, dust, and what do you call it, metals, then you're a true non-animal eater. When I don't know many people who can eat stones and stay alive. So we have to understand, just because we don't see blood and just because we don't hear bah, the trees talk, the plants talk, they communicate with each other, they have a life, and they are part of the structure of the living entities, and they have a soul too. And this is very important. Bless the food you eat, doesn't matter in what section it comes, but not pretend to bless, but be open to receive the soul as much as you are prepared to give the soul. Now you understand the difference? You're still a protein eater and you still eat non-walking animals, vertically walking. I hope I've explained it in detail. And sorry about your vegan. I didn't want to go, but but you have to realize something. I always give this warning. I give this warning to a lot of people, especially the youngsters, as it's become fashionable to become vegetarian. I don't want to eat meat. If you want to become vegetarian, or if you have become vegetarian, plan it over 10 to 15 years, 20 years. If you wake up one morning and says, today I don't want to eat meat because it's fashionable, my boyfriend will love me more, you're heading for a disaster which you cannot even imagine. The body of you over centuries, through your parents, through your grandparents, through your ancestors, have changed its usage to a meat protein level. And then you decide not to do it, then you sit in exactly like sitting in a car, driving down the road at 200 kilometers an hour, and you decide everybody else is going at 100 kilometers, I decide to stop. You put the brake on, what's going to happen? You're going to crash into the wall, you're going to swing around, or you crash into other cars, and it's you who gets hurt. You cannot put sudden stop on the process which has gone for thousands of years in your body. Because your body is collection of the information from past generations. So if any of the youngsters decide to become vegetarian, understand vegetables are still animals. They are beings, alive, they breathe. And secondly, if you want to change from one protein consumption to another, start with 2 days a month. These 2 days, I don't eat any meat. After a year, 2 years, increase it to 3 days a month, 4 days a month. And then plan it after 4 or 5 years into 1 week a month, I don't eat meat. And then in 2 weeks after, the further you go down, you can increase it. Then the body adapts and it allows no damage to be done. Because to you there is no damage, I feel better. But when you feel better, all the organs have to be reprogrammed. All the organs have to be, and the rush reprogramming is all a mess programming. When you organize, it's just like when you go to a shop. You pick very slowly what you want, you know what you shopped. If you're running and took whatever, you don't know then what you got in your basket. And this is a recipe for a lot of psychological depression, psychological behavior, because now everything has to be reorganized from the emotional part of the brain to the physical part. So if you decide to change the habit of eating different animals, you call it plants or cow, if you go from one side to another or vice versa, plan it over time. Then you find out the body accepts, you can do the job correctly, and at the end of the line, you do not come with mental, psychological, physical, and emotional, and loads of other problems. I always say to be a proper vegetarian or vegan or whatever, it should take 3 generations. The 3rd generation will be a true vegetarian or vegan, or vice versa. Oh, ask me a question. What's your question?
Well, Mr. Kidd, you know, my question where it is leading to, you know, probably why most people turn vegetarian or vegan. It's because of the, you know, the whole torture and killing and the whole pain issues that are associated and the mass
Have
slaughtering.
you ever heard the cry of an apple when you pick it off a tree?
That's what was
Have you
going
ever heard?
question. Yeah.
Have you ever heard the pain of a lettuce when you cut it off its root?
Okay, so you're saying a plant or a fruit has feels the pain, right? I mean, is that?
Of course, they're being, they are plasmas, they interact.
But I thought it's a certain. Okay, that's on a matter level. I know it's
It's
a
a
central
school
nerve.
of, it's a school of thought how we justify our behavior.
Okay.
So it is whatever which is we eat is a combination of plasmas and comes from a living entity. So it must be living. It depends on the percentage of the water content in it. We call it a dry when there is less water in it, but it's still active, it's still a plasma. Don't forget, vegetations are in a GANS state as much as the human body. There is no difference. So when you have a herb, according to the height from the ground, you absorb different energies. If you are closer to the ground, you absorb most of the energy from the earth, because the minerals of the earth are connected to your body. The further you are away from the surface of the earth, you are more made and absorb the energy from the environment where your original life protein came from. Because the life on this planet comes from the interaction of the materials above, which is in the atmosphere, coming together to make the protein, and then when they link with the plasma of the minerals of the planet, they lead to creation of intelligent and active life. Doesn't matter intelligence called a plant or called an animal or called a human. Because they have enough intelligence to replicate themselves, look after themselves, know when they grow, when they're to sleep, which way to turn to the sun. So all this needs intelligence. It's not just stand in a field full of sunflowers and watch them all follow the sun. You won't do that, but they do, because they have the intelligence. This is what I need to do to absorb as much as I can. So if a plant goes up a wall and knows which way to go, and then you call it afterwards, okay, we call it a grape tree or bush or whatever, this has an intelligence, otherwise it just doesn't happen. Just because you don't hear its noise, it doesn't mean it doesn't live. And according to the height where it can absorb most of what it needs, it turns out to be how and where the fruit comes from. Now, are you a vegetarian or are you vegan, or are you still eating animals but in different names? Notice something. A lot of plants, when you cut them, you see a juice coming at them, or some of them have a white sap. This is the blood of the animal. It's the blood of the plant. Just because it's not red, it doesn't mean it's not the line of its life. It's through what it communicates, receives, nourishes itself, and lives.
Okay.
This is what the humanity have to understand. The best thing is, in the space, you absorb energy without anything. Then we call them plasma eaters, but that's still to come.
Okay.
So any other question?
So a plant, because okay, I always felt, you know, a plant has an intelligence or a soul, but can it suffer? Does it have pain? I mean, is that what you're
Of
saying?
course.
Is that the same?
Of course it does. Of course it does. How can it not? It has a neural system. Because it's got a carbon in it, it means it communicates. When it's hot, it shivers. When it's cold, it dies, it shuts off. How can it not have a feeling? It goes to sleep the way you go and I go to sleep. But we choose to go to sleep 8 hours, 365 hours a day, a year. That puts all the 8 hours together and it sleeps half of the year, or 4 months of the year. If you add up the total sleep time of a plant and a human being, is exactly the same. Take when the trees lose their leaves, November, around December. January, February, and March, they regrow. That's, let's say, 1/3 of the life. 1/3 of the year or so, we don't see them with any plants. We say they are stopped, they are in hibernation. Count your own life. You sleep 8 hours a day. So in fact, you sleep 4 months of the year as well. When you have a carbon, plasmatic magnetic connection, it means you communicate. It means you survive. It means you live, and it means you make decisions. So of course they feel pain. The only thing is they don't go, ah! But actually, if you listen, they do go out.
Okay, my whole concept of being vegan, I think, is a little bit upside down now. But okay. So okay, out of space, we
No, because we have to understand, it's not putting anybody wrong. It's the preference of the habit. It's very much, especially, let's say, put it this way, if you lived in Europe and then suddenly you go and live, let's say, in India or China, and you have no access to anything which you are used to in Europe. You have to adopt the culture, you have to adopt the food, eat what is eaten in the environment of where you live. You find out a lot of problems. First of all, the biggest problem will be psychological, because you don't like to eat, let's say, dog. To you, eating dog is impossible, because in the West we cuddle them, we love them, and now you got to eat them. And now there you have no choice. Dog is on the menu every day. What do you want to do? I've been in that position. I'm going to tell you something which I haven't. They were ashamed to tell me in Korea, in South Korea, that they eat dogs because they have a special restaurants, they eat dog. But it's part of their culture. So if you don't have a choice and you got to eat it, what's going to happen? Psychological changes. We will see visible psychological changes. The same thing happens when you go from a meat eater to a vegetarian or vegan. You're very happy, you're very calm. It's understood, because you don't have the energy to run anyway. Unless you find supplement with a high energy to take it. This is, I warn children all the time, because it's become fashionable to be vegetarian. Overnight, I don't want to eat meat. No, I don't want to see blood. And then, do you know what's funny thing? They eat as much vegetables because they are vertical growers, and they say it's nothing, I can't see it growing, it doesn't cry. This is what we have to understand and teach. There is a problem with the youngsters, because we run these programs for young children. Bulimic and anorexia comes as part of the change of the eating habit. Because when you change suddenly from one habit to another and the stomach cannot accept, then you have to make accommodations for it. Then the stomach digestion system has to adjust. Then anorexia or bulimia, when you put your fingers in your mouth and you vomit whatever you've eaten, which the kings used to do for years, they could eat more. It gives you what we call chipmunk jigs. And you think nobody can see it. When I walk down the street, I know which girl playing the game of I'm a vegetarian and eating in the restaurant half a plate and going back in the, what do you call it, in the toilet and trying to vomit. Because the body has to be slim to fit the friends. These are all the games you don't need to play with your body. Because being a vegetarian is fashionable for future psychological problems at the moment. Any other question?
So hopefully when we're in space, we are exclusively
We give you
absorbing.
plenty of gans to eat. We give you plenty of ganses to eat. They still have life. You still have a respected life. But on the other hand, it's not no bleeding and no crying.
Mm.
You
That's the-
absorb what you need and you give. We're going to sell very soon plasma reactors food menu. Huh? I think that's what you're asking. You got to wait about 10, 20 years for that.
We're old by then.
Yeah, but you have to understand, because the children have to realize, to live a normal life, you need certain amount of energy. This energy has to be added to the body every day at a certain level for life, for body to be healthy. If you take from somewhere from it, it has to find it somewhere else to keep its balance. And if you cannot find it, then the body goes inwardly to take from what it is inside stored to use it. And when the storage finishes, the diseases start.
Mm.
This is very important for especially youth to understand. There is nothing wrong with changing from one menu table to another. But understand, if you change, you have to change over a long term that the body can adjust to the new type of protein. What's our time? Have we passed our 40 minutes? Yeah?
Yeah.
Just past the 40-minute mark, yes.
This was very nice, Kevin, because this is something I think we have to bring back to the children all the time.
Yeah, it's important
That
to me also. Yeah. Mm.
That is, just because you don't see the growth of the plasma in the way you've been brought up, it does not mean it exists. As I say, in the space technology, we come across new animals and new structures, we call them animals or whatever, and they're not all edible.
Mm.
They're friends. You don't eat your friends.
Mm.
Thank you very much for today.
Thank you indeed, Mr. Kesh. Awesome. Thank you.
And as usual, we meet tomorrow morning in 12 hours time for the adults and see what kind of meat they like to eat.
Yes, we will see exactly what. I'm sure this topic will come up in several workshops. I could see it would be of interest to many people.
Yeah. Thank
Young
you very
and
much
old.
indeed. Have a nice evening or
Thank
good
you.
morning to
Okay.
you, wherever you woke up. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh, and thank you, David.
Bye.
Thank you. Vince, thank you very much. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Okay. I hope that's given us a very big and insightful overview on eating vertically, eating horizontally, and all points in between. As we know, the universal unit will feed you, and so won't some other systems that we've been involved with. And even the GANs, he said, has life. When you go into space, we'll feed you GANs, but you must respect that too, because that's life as well. So I just thought we'd go through that, and this will give everybody a much, hopefully, depending on what you've been able to absorb from it, will give you a much deeper understanding. And we all eat once a day, twice a day, 3 times a day, once every other day. But just understand what we're doing on a much more deeper level, if you can understand this and internalize it as what we're doing. And maybe we'll all look at the plants and the animals slightly differently than we did before we heard this teaching. I've heard it a few times, and there's still more to be taken from it. But I think it's great for parents who are concerned over their children. I know in the Italian interview, Mr. Kesh said a lot of people that drive Teslas are also vegetarians. So hopefully this teaching will go out into the vegetarian, vegan community, and they will begin to understand more. And it is true. I know Stefania had told us a story about the chickens or the ducks being slaughtered, and she couldn't stand to hear the screams and the butchering going on out there. It was so disgusting, it made her sick. But again, the plants, even though they don't have a tongue and they can't scream, they're going through the exact same process. And not that I'm asking anyone or encouraging anyone to stop eating, but just understand more. And if we can get over that 20% that we're short, learning to absorb or to absorb more fields, we'll be able to overcome this. As we are all creators, I don't think the creator eats at Burger King or eats any pizza on a regular basis or any food at all. It's all about absorbing these fields. And then it's much more of a humane, let's say, allowing life to live and carry on whatever it wants to do. So that's why I thought I'd bring this teaching for everybody, since we're all involved in food every day of one sort or another. We just want to understand a little bit more about what we're actually doing. So thank you very much. If anyone would like to make any comments or suggestions, or Stefania says our GANs can be used as supplements, question mark.
Yes, because, hello everyone. Yes, because it was very interesting, no? Correct me if I understood wrong. So my understanding is like this, no? So if you suddenly, you decide not to eat meat, but you do because you want to please somebody else or whatever, then you're if you're doing it slow over a period of time, very slow, even came to 3 generations, is fine. But my understanding was if you do quicker, then you need the supplements with it. So my question was, which are the supplements? And then I thought, is the GANs, so if it's someone from eat meter, become vegetarian, and it reduces meat, but instead to do 3 generation, it reduces it, you know, quite much quicker, maybe in a month or whatever, 3 months, whatever. If he start to use GANs with it, these are supplements that will help me to not to have all this damage? This was my question.
Well, I think the stomach and the body has to be reprogrammed very slowly. Otherwise, you're susceptible to the psychological and other sort of issues that will appear down the road. Even though he said, like Kevin said, he feels great, he feels beautiful now, but there's probably more going on there than he realizes. And so many girls or whatever think they'll be thinner and their boyfriend will like them more. He says there's no need to play these games. Don't play these games with your body just to please another.
Yes, but sometimes you will have people who suddenly wake up. I mean, I know a person, he suddenly wake up one day and he didn't want to meet any, he didn't want, just had these things inside him, tell him not to eat any more meat, you know? Or I heard, or no other people, for example, my mom used to work in a hospital and do autopsy. The smell, she couldn't eat any meat any longer for a while. Sometimes it's spontaneous, where you cannot, your body is, you know, it's different when you do to please somebody else, or naturally come, you know, something you wake up in the morning, you cannot do it. Or I remember me when I heard the screaming, when we were doing the motion of
I
the
remember.
NACT.
Yeah.
I couldn't eat, even if I wanted to. I knew that I was as guilty as eating the vegetable. So I was, thanks everything. But still, I just couldn't. It was stronger than me. So in that case, I was thinking, if we use the GANs, because we know that the plasma water regenerate, it helps with emotional, because I think this is the same with the medication, when he said, or with any addiction, when Mr. Cash said the big problem with enhancement unit are the medication, because the recovery can be instant, but because you have to come off from the medication, that takes longer time. But maybe with the supplies, combine them with the guns, you came out quicker. So maybe the same for the meat eater who suddenly they become vegetarian.
Yes.
Or for people, yeah.
He gave the example of driving down 100 kilometers an hour and everybody around you is going 100 and you put the brakes on. You're going to have a problem. Crash into the wall, crash into another car. So,
but that one, I think.
No,
Sorry.
go ahead.
I think that is referred to who doesn't know what he's doing, and just for example, if I stop eating meat because I want to please I don't know my boyfriend, for example, and I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm just this. That is where I think it's referred is like a car accident. But he also in this workshop, he said that you need to know what you're doing, you need to have a supplement, you need to, if you want to do it faster, it will have consequences if you don't know what you're doing. So that's why I thought my question was, let's say someone take the precaution of, so I said, okay, I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna stop gradually, but I don't wanna wait 3 generations. So I'm wondering if, like all of us eating less because we have more guns. All of us, I mean, how many times we said
Right.
in the Cash Foundation that we all eat less because we're taking guns. So I'm wondering if the guns, can be a market, this can be a way you can tell to people you can use guns to reduce your eating faster. I don't know. That was my question, if it's
Yes,
correct.
definitely. I know the cup of man, as I've said this before, if you spray cup 2 as much as you want on the feet and cup 1 as much as you want on the head, it definitely curbs your appetite. I'm still eating, but I'm probably eating much less than I was before. And I think it has to do with the emotion of wanting to eat. I think it does something in the emotional area where you feel you have to eat. And it's and again, he said, we're not saying anybody's wrong, or we're not trying to point out if you switch from this to that. But regardless which way you're going, you're eating a vertical walker or you're eating a horizontal walker. And they all have souls. And they all have life and intelligence, and they all feel pain. So which is better?
Yes, I agree. Now I feel guilty even to cut onions. But I thanks everything. Because I like what I don't know if Mr. Cash or I don't know where it was this, but I heard you kind of thanks, and you said I give it back the energy back to you. You give back the energy to them, where they come from. But what I'm saying is definitely with any addiction there is a difference. And I think Mr. Cash said today on this workshop, because food is addiction. So there's a difference if you spontaneously you don't want to eat, or if you do it to please somebody else, or if you want to eat but you stop yourself not eating. So I remember this clearly.
Can I say something, Sidonia?
Yeah, because I remember this is a difference when I just finished this point, Jalal, that basically it's a difference. It's like even in the baby when they walk. For example, I studied the process of baby from when they're born to when they walk, and the crawling, the rolling. You cannot force them, or you cannot stop them to do, because they will have a problem for life, but they will have to choose when stop crawling, you know, when start walking, you know. So the same with addiction. So when we eat plasma, and then I let you do Jalal. So when we take plasma and we consume, all of you must happen this, that you if you had plasma, where naturally you're not hungry. Naturally you eat less. It's not like you decided to not to eat. Even when people fasting, I always said, are you fasting and you force yourself not to eat, or you create condition where you're not hungry anymore? So that is all the difference. So with the plasma, we felt that, where we're not as hungry as before, and we eat less and less. Sorry, go ahead.
If you join this teaching and the teaching of the apple, the last time Mr. Cash taught it, join them together, and then you will understand the real truth behind everything. Taking energies in all the ways and why.
They want to be part of a bigger structure.
So now you are the bigger structure. What kind of energies you want it to be in your creation?
I'm just bringing this so that everybody gets a deeper understanding of what is actually going on. And it's for everyone to take what they feel is appropriate for them.
Even when you breathe, you take entities, you take energies from another entities. So
correct.
You are in this process. Drinking, eating, and breathing, it is part of the process. So what kind of energies you would like to have in to elevate? Or are you aware of that? That is the point. And as Stefania said, and as Mr. Kashi said, the main thing here, you thank them. Thank them really for the energies, not just talk. It goes with the feeling, it goes with the work. So you elevate them.
Right. And the one teaching that has stayed with me for a while, and it is what Mr. Kesh had said, I'm not sure if it was a fish or whatever, but you catch a beautiful fish and all your friends are very nice, and you cook the fish and you eat the fish and it all tastes good and the family is satisfied. That fish was in a structure. It swam in a school. It didn't really want to be taken out of its structure. So that soul can feel fear and that soul can feel anger. And when you consume that fish, even though you caught it, it's yours, you cooked it, you served it, you fed your family. If that soul feels anger and fear, you will absorb a slight amount of that anger and fear within you, because you're eating the soul that didn't want to be taken out of its structure any more than you would want to be taken out of your structure right now instantly. You may feel fear and anger too. And I'm just making people aware, or Mr. Kesh is just making people aware. He said science and man has to come to understand this. And that's why I thought I'd bring it. And because we're also all involved in food, and it's as human beings, it's a huge part of our daily existence for many, many people.
And let me add one thing here regarding the question of Stefania. If the ganses are supplements, if you understand difference between amino acid and vitamins, and how the structure of the life here on earth, from where you get your supplements, from where you get your amino acids, you can do it the same thing with the gases. It's the same process, same structure. You know, the beauty here, you are doing something unique. You are creating from A to Z. So you choose in which point, in which station you stop and you take this energy. Because every step in that and every step in that, it is part of sort of energy.
And I like the idea of when we discovered fire, ever since man has discovered fire, we've all been nano-coding things, which I thought was very interesting. We're pre-opening up the atomic structure so that we can absorb the energies more readily without using as much of our own body's energies. So ever since man has discovered fire, he's been nano-coding things, as we learned with the walk and other things. So it was just to bring more knowledge into the arena, let's say, and for parents who are concerned if their daughter is possibly, they may want to play something like this or have them listen to this teaching by Mr. Kesh, and it may make a serious impression on them as far as their choices of what they're eating or how they're eating and the reasons they're doing it. Anyone else, or do you want to add more, Joel? Yes,
Can I
Stefania.
can I answer to Balis in the chat?
Please.
Because Balis just rightly so said we've been asked to move from the guns to the fields transfer, and so I said yes, it's right, and it just making me remember when I tested mint without drinking the mint or touch the mint, and it tasted like a mint. It was like having a mint, and for me that one was a very important experience, because you know when you eat, you know, you test the food and it took seconds to have the taste, and then it takes hours to be digested, you know, but you have the taste for, you know, for the moment you have it, then maybe you eat something else or drink something and the taste goes, no, it's got no long period of lasting the taste, and then all the rest is the digestion system. There is also say when they said 1 minute in the mouth, I don't know, 10 hours in the stomach or something like that, no? You felt like this with the mint. So when we're gonna be able to transfer the energy of the fruit and vegetable food, it will be exactly the same when we're eating, because this was the most things I cannot forget. That exactly, I had the taste like I just had a cup of tea, you know, was exactly like mint, and no less, no more than when I eat it or drink it, you know. So that was very, and I didn't touch the mint. That for me was a very important experience, and never happened again, but it stayed in my mind that I thought, oh, maybe I wonder when we're gonna be able to transfer the fields, that will be the way we, you know, so we still have the old taste, the old, but without, you know, the other process. Yeah.
Right. And I was always thinking that the plants, the animals are actually like us, and the plants, not that I thought about it that much in the past, that the plants were more or less just a plant, you know, just a tomato or just a carrot. They really didn't have the feeling or the emotion or the intelligence as an animal would. Even though I've eaten both and I still eat both, now I see there's it almost doesn't matter which one you would choose. They're both alive, and they're both have lives and souls. And it's just an awareness that I wanted to bring forth, more of a deeper awareness.
Hello, everybody. Salome from Romania. I would like to add what Mr. Kesh said about Indians that they are more peaceful because of the style of eating vegetables. It's a proverb, you are what you eat. And here is a connection between your behavior, I mean your aggressivity, and the correlation with the level of protein introduced in your body, the quality and quantity of your proteins. Of course, it's better to feed ourselves at the with the energy from the fields. If we can do, it will be very good for the plants and animals, because we will not take their life. Thank you.
Yes, and if we have the universal units on every corner, people can go in there. And again, if you want the luxury of eating, that's up to you. There's no problem, I don't think. But if we have the universal units scattered across this planet on every corner, if you go in there and you absorb the fields and you feel satisfied and you leave, if you're hungry in 4 hours, you go back and absorb some more fields. And if you want to, again, it's all your choice. But I'm just showing a deeper understanding of what life is. And again, he said the protein is life. These amino acids work together to create life, or our life. And I think we can just share this knowledge as Mr. Kesh delivered it, just to give us a deeper understanding of what is actually going on. I regarded the plants and the vegetables as not of a higher order as an animal, because I didn't think they had intelligence or felt pain or something like that. But with the animal, you hear the cry, and as Stefania has told us, with the ducks and so on. So that makes it more real, but in reality, it isn't. They're both, even just because they don't have a tongue, they can't scream. It's the same. We're doing the same process. But again, no one's right and no one's wrong. So we're just bringing this knowledge on the table, and you take from it what you'd like to take.
And it's all about the energy of who made the food. Why are some successful restaurants more successful than others? Because of the energy of the cook. He loves what he's doing. If you have an angry cook and a man who's not in balance, you're not going to have a successful restaurant.
No question. No question. The emotions of the cook are put into the food.
We are what we think and we are what we eat. So think good thoughts and eat good food.
So would you like to go to the second course of this meal, which would be Alex Skoric, if he's ready to serve?
Yes, I am, Mark, and good day, everybody. Yeah, yesterday I was a pistachio nut. Today I'm a cashew. A couple of interesting stories just to relate. When I had a property where I had a chap come over to cut the grass. It was a large property, so we needed to cut him every 2 weeks. And the thing is, he came every 2 weeks, regardless whether the grass needed cutting or not. And I complained about that, because if you cut the grass too short, then the grass couldn't recover. It was having trouble, especially in the summertime. It really tends to grow very fast in the spring and the fall, but in the height of the summer, it grows extremely slowly. So I found that the grass was turning brown, which was kind of defeating the whole purpose of the manicure, shall we say. And I complained. And he fired me. I was fired by the grass cutter. Well, so anyway, the thing was that the grass really grew, and it was so funny. The life came to the property. It was amazing. And as the grass grew to a certain height, then it would fold over. And in the meantime, it was, looking kind of unkempt, but actually that was the in between time. Once it became a certain height, it folded over and it made a beautiful field. But then the neighbors started complaining. So solved one problem, created another problem. And this is the thing. This is how life operates. Everything is interconnected somehow. And so life is for learning. Thank you very much for that introduction, Mark. Welcome, everybody. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute in conjunction with the Keshe Foundation Canadian Educational Team. I have to do some business, Mark, please. You did it already, but I have to do it again.
If you'd like, I can play it unless you want to read it yourself.
No, let me read it because that allows me to clear my throat and get everything warmed up. So please enjoy the trip today. We're going to have a nice trip. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding of dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for healthcare professionals' clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional, medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, or listeners should always consult their physicians or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. Please, we specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantabilities or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided as is and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. So every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek medical advice or consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to. I want to thank all the participants from the North American Corona team, from the Keshe Foundation US team, and we want to thank also, as part of the North American team, the Keshe Foundation Corona Mexican educational team. But this is not restricted to North America. I want to welcome all the members of the international community that have come here and made this Sunday program such a success. We are trying to teach the modern plasma science as laid out by Marin Tevakoli Keshe. And as such, what we've been trying to do is to present the plasma understanding and have a basic understanding, basic knowledge, and basic understanding. And so today, this is a presentation of Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. We're going to be talking about the Z-axis because we're Canadian. But anyway, my name is Alexander and I am from Canada. It's April the 11th, 2021. And this is the Keshe Foundation Canada Plasma Education Series. And we have been discussing in the past 21 classes, which we broke down into basic teaching, which identified a lot of the terminology that we're going to use and we want to use so that we can communicate properly. And I'm quite pleased that we're able to do that because we're seeing the information flowing more than having to contend with the mechanics of what we're talking about. So that gives a chance to do a little bit more intermediate teaching and then move on to advanced teaching, the total of which was 21 classes, all of which really is just a basic teaching. We are now faced with having to expand on that understanding, and this is my little effort to try and bridge that gap, because we will be having an enormous number of new people joining our teaching. And we have to remember that we are adding to the knowledge. We are a Spaceship Institute, and we're adding to the knowledge. So we don't want to throw the old knowledge away. What we want to do is add to it. And in order to do that, we do have to acknowledge it and introduce the new terminology, which is all related to charges in motion. Energy is in motion, and as such, it has a charge, and it goes through various geometries and dimensions. And this is where we find there's a certain dynamism which is not recognized in the old science. So we have to look at the new science, and the new science involves new terminology. And so we got an opportunity to identify what is principal matter. Excellent introduction today on amino acids and a precursor for star formations. I introduced a subject of plasma rotation and dynamic plasma. And we have some new words that are being bandied about, which we say residue and conversion. And we'll get a chance to talk about more of that and introduce it into our lexicon. Natural plasma terminology involves basic, very basic, transmission, transition, and transmutation. We identify this in conventional science as the x-axis, y-axis, and z-axis, and they have a relationship. The x is the rotation, the y has to do with the poles. The z-axis, which is what we're going to talk about today, involves field strength. And this is what plasma is all about. So the field strength starts at a core. That core is seeking a position. And why is it seeking a position? Because that core has to interact with other plasmas. And the combination of these plasmas create a dynamism, which is an interaction. And then the combination of those creates a dynamic plasma. And so today being Sunday, twice a day, we try and improve the quality of the peace dome, which we do through spraying of the GANS water twice a day around the world, and having the plasma energies link up and handshake together and form a peace dome around the world. And the reason that's possible is because energy is in motion, and our souls carry that energy. And so we see that we have various geometries that we can follow. And so today we're looking at one of those geometries, the z-axis. The last 2 weeks we discussed the x and the y-axis, and we find that there's an interaction with our emotions. And so our emotions have an effect, which is more or less a co-creation. And so we're discussing creation, a co-creation, and a procreation. And then we have to question, which range are we talking about? And if we deal with different energy levels, then we somehow have to be able to transcend these various levels. So these are all the skills that we have to learn. As we discussed in book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matters. And this is what we're going to focus on, because when we all came here was because of the plasma science, the cups of life, and what does it mean? And it was all fun and games, except, you know, now things are getting serious. We have to understand the creation of the universe. And why do we have to understand the creation of the universe? So the basic thing is that it exists from energy. And so energy has a charge, and that charge is in motion. And energy is always in motion. We can't contain it, we can't keep it. But so when we look at the picture on the front cover of the book number 1, we see how the energies come together. We'll discuss that. But we look at the picture on the right, and we find that the energies also interact with other fields. And so there's a duality there. But before we want to review, because there are new members in the audience, there are mature students as well. refreshing, doesn't hurt, but they're also teachers. And this is one of the things that we need to emphasize. We do need more teachers. So everyone teaches in their own way. The thing is that we have to be clear in our dialogue and understand that the terminology is really important. So when we talk about matter, we have to understand that if energy is in motion, somehow it manifests into a matter state. And what is this matter? So we have a small m matter, which is the old science, and that is very physical. We have a capital M matter, which is the new science, and that is not physical. But both of these matters manifest. And so how they manifest is called binding. But manifestation is also creation. So we could actually say that energy binding is creation. But we have two matter plasmas. So we said that one is physical because we can touch it and see it. And for us, for most of us, that's all that matters. But in the matter plasma, we cannot touch it, we cannot see it, but we can sense it. And so with this matter, we really should call it light matter because it conveys light, and light conveys mass, which we found out. And so how does this move? And so there has to be a creation of principal matter. And this principal matter comes from the transfer of energy via PM ticks. So PM ticks are floating all throughout the universe. They're floating within our immediate range, which is on this planet. And so these force fields interact, and when they have a balance, they create a Magritte condition. But you see, we have to figure out what is our point of view. And I think for a lot of us, this becomes a very confusing thing because we have a lot of different schools of thought. And basically, you know, we're talking about being able to transition various energy strengths. But, you know, the thing is that we are also preoccupied in our life with the transmission of energies. And so the way we transmission is either by transmission lines, by computers, by Wi-Fi, by radio, TV, and of course, through verbal and auditory communications. So all sorts of ways that we can transmit. But now we're finding out that we can do this at various energy states. And then, of course, we find out that we have to take into account the relationship with this planet. And then we also find out that there are things that are missing. And so we find really we have a lot of skills to learn, and not to be dismayed because we have a basis of understanding. When we're creating this principal matter, it is a combination of the antimatter, dark matter, and the matter. And if we can change this and understand that we have a principal matter, which migrates to light matter. And so in between, we have transition or transmission energy. And this is what we're very, very familiar with, right? And we've been calling the transmission the x-axis and the transition the y-axis. But, you know, when these energies come together, they create a component. That basic component is the structure of the neutron. And when we talk about advanced science, we usually talk about neutron decay. In the plasma science, we talk about neutron growth. This core component is actually gravitational. And so let's look at how that works in our life. So the fundamental compound or molecule that we have on this planet is a water molecule, and that's what we're looking at here. We're looking at water, which is H2O. And one of the reasons that water is a natural solvent and a universal solvent is because it shears off an electron very, very easily. That electron is actually called a hydrogen. And so that is an energy that is taken off the water. And when it happens, what's left behind is a hydroxyl. And so our H2O becomes a H1O, OH. plain and simple. But there's a relationship between the hydrogen and the oxygen, and it still maintains its hydroxyl relationship because it maintains a magnetical gravitational relationship. And so it is, although it is negatively charged because it's missing a hydrogen, it is still a mag-grav. So it has a tolerance. It has the range that it can operate in. But within that range is gravitational, is feeding the magnetical. We wonder if, because there's an infinity loop, how does the energy go from the magnetical back to the gravitational? Can it come back through the same dimension? Can it come back through the same axis? Well, try going down the wrong way on a one-way street and you'll answer that question. So there has to be some kind of accommodation for this energy to go both ways. And if the basic rule is the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, how does it happen that the weaker gets back to the higher? And is that all we have to take into account? So the thing is, when we were looking at shearing the hydrogen electron off of the water molecule, and we found that the water molecule and the water itself is a natural solvent. So the hydroxyl being negative is looking to meet up with anything else, and very easily. And so we could meet up with dirty dishes, or we could meet up with a dirty car, or we could meet up with a thirsty person or a thirsty plant. And this is how water is becoming a universal solvent for us. But we lost the hydrogen, and where did it go? And so we don't know where it went, but we do know that it went somewhere and that it had its own component. And what is interesting about this component is that it is constructed from an electron and a proton, and it is missing something. It is missing the neutron. And how is that possible? So we find that it is able to maintain a mag-grav position because the proton is gravitational and the electron is magnetical. So there is a force field. And we find that there is an infinity loop that keeps the two together. So from conventional science, we know that the electron and the proton are a marriage made in physics. And somehow this hydrogen is now looking to go somewhere and interact somewhere. And the thing is that it has a collective energy, a collective of the electron and the proton combination. And so it is from that interaction point, which is literally the balance point between the electron and the proton, is the interaction point. And so that becomes the core component. And so that is now looking for some kind of gravitational core component. So we find when two forces come together, unlike what happens in man, when two forces come together and they engage to the point of bloodshed, when two identical forces come together, if they are of the same polarity, they will repel. But if they are of the same common field force, they will come together. And so that becomes the beginning of the x-axis. And so the hydrogen is representative of the PM ticks that are flying through space, and they're looking for a home, and space is full of PM ticks. Energy is always flowing. And as it comes together, it forms the x-axis. And as it builds, it introduces the y-axis. So you now have a two-dimensional base of operations. But the energy keeps coming, and so we build the third dimension. That's what we're talking about today, the z-axis. And so to maintain the z-axis, because energy is always in motion, you have to provide a path. So there's a rotating field as made by the x-axis, but is it only made in one plane? And so we find that it's not, because the z-axis is spherical. So the z-axis is showing the rotation in all different directions. And this is all rotating around the poles. And so the question becomes, with the poles, are they only coming out of the North Pole and the South Pole? Well, these questions come to be answered when we look at the structure of plasma. And as you can see, there is no delineation, there's no differentiation here. We know there's a plasma at the core and that it creates a force field unlike a structure. And so to maintain this force field, we have to know that the energy is flowing. And to keep that energy flowing, it has to go around and around because we cannot stop it. And when that energy keeps going around and around, for some reason, somehow, well, that energy becomes a dynamic plasma. And what a dynamic plasma is something that goes beyond the physical boundary. Or let's put it another way, it's something that goes beyond the manifested boundary, the manifestation of matter. So when we look at the original reactors that we were building, they were physical. And we put them in a star formation, and they had electric motors. And we filled them each with GANs. And when we rotated them, they created a plasma field. But what we found is when we brought all of them together, they created a dynamic plasma. And we noticed that, and we're going to discuss that more later on. But what we found was that there was a rotating field with around each position. There was a transition going from the gravitational base to the magnetical top. And we found that the rotating balls were in a small antimatter state, which was physical. We put GANs in the balls, which was physical. We created a rotating plasma state, which was plasmatic. And we created a force field that went beyond the manifestation of the matter, which we call the dynamic plasma state, which obviously is plasmatic. And so we actually were witnessing 4 different plasma states within the range on this planet. Well, if we can do that on this planet, maybe we can do it anywhere. Well, maybe the we is not what we need to be talking about, because when we look into space, we see that this knowledge has already been available. It's just that we're now tuning in. And so what happens is that our knowledge is interacting with other knowledge. And as we expand the knowledge and we bring the two together, then we ask ourselves, are we bringing these two fields back to back or head to head? Which way is up? Which way is down? Which dimension are we operating in? Too many questions, not enough answers. So let's review what we did through dimension building. And we found that as we built individual dimensions up, that we had multiple points within these dimensions. And there is a kind of relationship to something that we can all be now familiar with. We start with our single point, which is the Earth. I mean, that's our home. Isn't that our home? And in that home, we make our environment. So we find that different nationalities, different parts of our home, the Earth, have different environments. And as a result, we have different cultures and different feeding systems. But all of them come from the interaction of plasma. And so basically, and I mean basically, we've been discussing nano and GANs, and we're trying to progress to the field dimensions of plasma and dynamic plasma. So what is instructive and is that the rules in the physicality are the same as the rules in the plasma. However, the dynamism and the activity and the way the activity works is totally different. And so we are restricted by a lot of things. And one of the things we're restricted by is the scientific community, where it has neatly organized this periodic table of elements. And so we find that the ability to absorb the energy is determined by the number on the periodic table of elements. So the higher the number, the more the energy is retained. And we find that as we retain more energy, we have more neutrons. And as we have more neutrons, we have more mass. But if we take a little bit closer look at this periodic table of elements, we find that it is sequentially done in an arithmetic fashion. In other words, it's 1 by 1 by 1. So we started with the hydrogen, which is 1, and we have carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen, which is 6, 7, and 8. 2 other elements are copper and zinc, which are 29 and 30. And what does that number refer to? And we know that is referring to the number of protons. And interestingly enough, that equals the number of neutrons, except for hydrogen, which doesn't have a neutron, but we'll talk about that later at another class. The thing is that we now have, and we know that a proton has 1 electron. So people are asking, why is it carbon 6? And why do we refer to that as carbon 12? Well, what the 12 refers to is the number of electrons. Well, wait a second. We have a proton with an electron, so that's 1 electron. And then we have the nitrogen. Well, the question is, where did the other hydrogen come from? Because the hydrogen is another electron. So that's an interesting question. So we find the limitation of the periodic table of elements is limited because it's dealing in small m matter state. Well, if I say small m matter state, we do understand that we have nuclear physics. And so that's a little bit more advanced. Our problem as humanity, of course, when we get a bigger toy, we want to break it. So that's not creation. Well, it is creation. It's a destruction. So destruction is a form of creation. So I digress. We have a new capability that's coming, and this is to detect manifestation. So we said manifestation can be done with a small m matter or a capital M matter. And so once we get this plasma detection of manifestation settled away, we have a lot of work to do to take care of the factors that are non-apparent, non-visible in the obvious. So we have to understand at all times that there are relationships. So when we're discussing something, there has to be a reference, a relationship. And so when we're discussing plasma science, there's a magnetical gravitational relationship. And so to create a plasma field, you have to have a balance, and that we call a mag-graph. But we have a scientific community with self-imposed limitations. We also have a spiritual community with self-imposed limitations. And what keeps these two apart is terminology. And so now we have a plasma science with a new terminology. So what we want to do is we want to combine the scientific with the spiritual and add to the knowledge. And part of the results of the plasma is understanding the manifestation of matter. And part of the results of the manifestation of matter is the manifestation of cells. And so we have trillions of cells within our body, which are part and parcel of the whole, and they operate by the same rules. And there's a conversion of energy. And so we see in the matter, we call that the light matter. And we'll see in our souls an animation, a spirituality. I'm sorry, we see in our cells a spirituality and an animation. That is the soul. So what we're looking at is another word, the conversion of light and with respect to our soul. These are all relationships. And the basic relationship that we see as a physicality in our existence is the amino acid. And so if we looked at these magnets and we see 3 magnets back to back and how they're attracted to each other, we understand that the energy goes from one side to the other. But in this case, they're in balance. And so that is a maggraph. And we have an opposite pole in the middle, which causes the attraction. And so each one of these magnets has a flow on the y-axis, but collectively together, there is a field around it. And we can't see it, but we know that it's there, because if we pull these magnets apart and we're not careful, they'll come back together. And if we have our fingers in between, we will feel pain when they pinch our fingers. But in the plasma science, we have energy flowing in a different manner. And so we have what's called a plasmatic air, because the energy comes and forms a plasmatic nitrogen in the atmosphere, which combines with the plasmatic hydrogen in the atmosphere, and it creates a plasma amino acid, which then manifests itself as what we call the nitrogen, the hydrogen, the carbon, and the oxygen. And so this is the basis of the amino acid. Well, the precursor to the DNA is the amino acid. And so from there, the DNA begins. So that begins after the creation of the amino acid. And so we find that the transmission of energy, the way we're familiar with respect to rotation, with respect to the environment, with respect to the earth, has to do with our transcription process. And so the DNA is actually a result of the transcription process, and it has to do with consciousness. And so somehow, some way, we know that we still have an unconsciousness, because when people are in a coma, they are able to maintain their DNA transcription. And so there is a force that is still doing that and still contributing to that. And I mentioned methionine here because that's the initiator of the DNA, and that's not something we're going to talk about today, but it has to do with the initiator of the protein structure of the DNA. And this is in reference to the class that Mark started with today. But carrying on, we introduced RNA, which is in the y-axis, and the combination of those two was referencing transition. The transition going into non-physical transcription. In other words, this was transcription that was done prior to the formation of the physicality. In other words, the transcription of the substructure which carried the information to our unconsciousness. And we call that the karma, because that's our carry forward. So we can carry forward to our RNA, and we can carry forward from our DNA as well. So this is one of the reasons we have a lot of emphasis on the ethos of the universe, and we're going to discuss that more and more as we go along, because our basic genes are working with respect to the RNA-DNA interaction. But in our society here, we have a lot of therapies and modifications and what I reference as gene mutilation. And fortunately, we have a new science that is actually giving us a plasma science restoration. So when we look at the basic amino acid, it forms the DNA. And from there, we start to link up. And as we link up these amino acids, they start to fold over into proteins. And then they create a chain, and these become fatty acids. And these fatty acids have a capability of folding and opening, or in other words, opening and closing. And these fatty acids then come together in teams and link at the head and create a hydrophilic head, which is water loving, but it creates a hydrophobic tail. This hydrophobic tail consists of two fatty acids, and it is hydrophobic, which means it's oil loving, and they link up tail to tail. And so they actually circumnavigate a cell, and this is the structure of a cell. And so we find that there is a magnetical relationship with respect to the outside. There's a magnetical and gravitational relationship with respect to the inside. And then there's a transition layer in between. And so somehow, some way, the energy has to go from the inside to the outside. Not only that, but it also has to communicate with all the phospholipids around the cell. So the communication with the phospholipids is transmission, and the information from the inside to the outside is transition. However, the structure of the cell somehow has to communicate with the basic DNA RNA combination within the cell, and then it has to have a life. And in order to have that life, it has to go through a transmutation where it's able to exchange energy in a different dimension. And so this dimension becomes the X, the combination of the X, Y, and resides in the Z axis, which is the totality of the plasma field. And so this becomes the principal interaction. When energy is always in motion, and what is different about plasma science is that this energy is in a two-way street. But is it two-way on the one-way street, or is it two-way on two separate streets, or is it in different dimensions, or is it different energy states? So these are all part of the skills that we have to learn. But basically, we can see in the left-hand picture that energy is interacting between two MAGRAV fields. But in order for these MAGRAV fields to be MAGRAV fields, they have to maintain their field force. So the basic MAGRAV field force is in balance. There is an excess of energy, which is an exchange of energy with other field forces. So each MAGRAV has a plasma condition, and the interaction of the fields is a dynamic plasma condition. And then other things happen. So we find that things grow. And one of the phenomena I found was with concrete and how it grows, and it has an interaction with, oh, there's that natural solvent again, water. You add water to cement powder and it starts to hydrate, and basically the water interacts with the cement powder and it hydrates from the outside. It creates an envelope kind of like the coronavirus, and it works its way in. And when the water, because it's exchanging energy, gets consumed, it has to be replenished. So the concrete will continue to grow in the presence of water. So therefore, the absence of water stops the growth. And this is done in matter state. So that's where the limitation comes in, you see. But the thing about it is that not only does the concrete hydrate, but it starts to grow spikes. These spikes are growing perpendicular to the surface. And, you know, it's kind of funny because when you look at a snail and how it grows, and it is made from basically calcium, but this calcium is made underwater. And as you see how the snail is growing, it grows in a rotating fashion. Well, the spikes on the concrete particles, the hydration envelopes, also grows in a rotating fashion. And the way they grow and the strength that they have is due to the rotating field, which is facilitating the growth. And this would explain how plants have long, thin stems, and they seem to sway in the wind without breaking, unless that wind is extremely excessive. And so we find that there is a rotation with respect to the growth. But as you can see on the markings on the shell, that there are striations across the shell. And so the snail itself is growing this in another rotating action. So there's a rotating action to grow the shell. and the growth of the shell is growing in a rotating axis. So it's a rotation within a rotation. Well, this is kind of strange. So when we look at our nerves and we find that there's a neuron on one head and dendrites on the other head, on the other side, and this is a representation of an axon. And in between, we have different myelin sheaths, and these myelin sheaths are created through a rotating action. In other words, the sheath is growing in a rotating fashion. And the way the sheath grows on the leading edge is in a rotating fashion. Oh, here's another rotation within a rotation. Isn't that interesting? And then each myelin sheath is formed, and that has a magnetical gravitational connection. And then there is a flow of energy somehow that goes from the neuron to the dendrites. And then from the dendrites, there's a synaptic gap that goes to, oh, another neuron. So, and this is how the energy is transmitted. Okay, well, do you see the similarity to a fatty acid? We find that there's a balance of the fatty acid along the chain structure, but from the left to the right, there is a flow, kind of like on the neuron. And isn't that interesting? How about when we compare that to a nanocoating? And we find that what we've done is we've gone from a chain-like structure, which is resembling the small m matter state as shown on the periodic table of elements, to a monatomic structure, which is not shown on the periodic table of elements because we're dealing with plasma elements. However, it still is in the matter state. And so we have a higher energy state we call nanocoating, which is in physicality. And so here we are. We have three things, all different: a nerve, a nanocoated copper wire, and a fatty acid. And they're all built the same way. And then we have another strange thing. We found that the snail had a smooth surface, but this seashell has points on it, spikes. And these spikes are growing also perpendicular to the surface, like the cement particle. So it's growing spikes. And isn't that interesting? So we have a rotating field growing from a rotating field, growing from a rotating field. So we could say that the x-axis, which is rotating around the y-axis, which is rotating, which is around the z-axis, which is rotating, and it's creating a dynamic plasma condition. So this is insight, a first insight into how the soul is growing. So we see that there is a combination of the unconsciousness and consciousness. And for, I'm saying, the majority of us, we're having an awareness coming, and we need to have an acceptance. Okay, just like when we go from and change our diets, we have to go through a customization process, just like when we change our climate, go from the hot to the cold or the cold to the hot, we have to adjust. This adjustment is acceptance, the acceptance of our awareness. So our awareness comes from the learning, and then the learning is a field force. And it is this, everyone can learn, but will they know? And then the question comes, if you look at, say, a litter of cats, and let's say the mom passes away while the babies are still young kittens, and I'm talking about, you know, let's say a week or two old. Where do they learn their adaptance to the environment? So there has to be some kind of knowing, and that knowing is by connection. And so we are awakening to these new ways of learning. And as we awaken to this, we develop a maturing. So maturing actually becomes the elevation of our growth. And that's the whole purpose of life. You see, life is for growing. And when you look at things that grow, you understand that those are sentient beings. So we find that the vertical people and the horizontal people have awareness and they have sensitivity. And so these are all connected by carbon. And so are we. We're part of the horizontal people. We walk vertically, but we sleep horizontally. And we are organic. Organic means carbon-based. Interestingly, we have concrete, which is silicon-based, and meaning inorganic, and it can grow. So the concrete, being silicon-based, is also a sentient being. In order to be a sentient being, whether you're organic or inorganic, you have to have a soul. And so that's the point. When we're looking at relationships, we can't just look at the singularity and say, well, here's my neutron. And we can't just look at the duality and say, well, here's my electron proton. We have to look at the trinity, the neutron, the electron, and the proton. But if we're looking at that, then we're not any of that. We're in another dimension. And so that becomes the question all the time. What is our field reference? Where are we operating in? So in order to maintain a context, we have to establish a relationship. So that relationship falls within a range. And this is what we have to figure out. So plasmatically, a magnetical gravitational range creates a balanced position, which we call a maggrav. And scientifically speaking, we have a range in the magnetical fields, and we also have a range of energy and motion. And so science has been trying to grapple with this conservation of magnetical fields versus the conservation of energy. Spiritually, we have various schools, and I won't go through them, but basically spirituality is supposedly tied in with our soul. Well, the thing is that neither is satisfactory in answering our questions. So we bring the two together and we call this plasma science, and this adds to the knowledge. And our knowledge basically, that we're looking in our basic 3 dimensions, which is the X, Y, and Z axis, and we say that's the bringing of the energy. So a lot of people have been exercising a lot of noodle power to try and figure this out. And one of those was a famous Brazilian mathematician named Dino Crespidon. And he said, well, you know what? God is a set of mutually perpendicular lines of force oscillating upon themselves. And so he identified clearly the X, Y, and Z axis. And when we look at the way energy flows, it flows along a path. And so when we talked about the x-axis, which is kind of the rotating field, we find that it can only go so far. And if we want to get from here to there, we actually have a bend in the road. And then to go to the other part, we have another bend in the road. So in this diagram, we have a representation of the x-axis. And then we had the y-axis, and we can't go through the same road because we would have an axis. So we have to choose another road, reposition our orientation. So now we're moving perpendicular on the y-axis, and we need to get to the other side. So the x-axis and the y-axis both leave the same spot and arrive at a different spot together, but they go through different paths. So what happens to the z-axis? Well, it has to go on another dimension. It can't go through these two dimensions. So what it does is it picks the z-axis perpendicular to the x and the y-axis, and it goes through a different path. So now we have our 3 dimensions, and we find that we have to go through a crooked road to go through a straight line. Isn't that interesting? But there's a problem here, and that problem is that we have a residue. We have supposedly a structure, and we have taken 3 paths, and we have not taken everything in account, which makes that structure. And so, you know, we have a residue. And so this becomes actually a mathematical residue. And this is what a lot of scientists have to grapple with. And the fact of the matter is, though, that when we look at the periodic table of elements, we do find that there is a kind of plasma positioning. And if it's on the faces of the cube, we call that face centering. And if it's within the center of the cube, that is body centering. So we find the energy is flowing in, around, and out, following these paths. And if we just do a little plasma repositioning, we see the common hexagonal creation that we find with respect to most of the organic substances on this planet, with the plasmatic field in the center. And so we can do that by slight rotation on the x-axis, or we can do that by pole flipping on the y-axis. And so we can relate this to our Earth, because it rotates so that the sun comes up in the east and sets in the west, and the energy goes out to North Pole and comes in to the South Pole. But not only. That's just the basic 3-dimensional geometry. And so there's something missing. And so the question becomes, in the definition, does oscillating mean frequency? And we'll talk about that another time. The point is that as we look at the plasma energy, the higher strength feeding the weaker energy, now we question which path does it follow, because we've allowed 3 paths. And then when we have the Maggrav condition, we find that the balance between the magnetical gravitational field acts as a giver and a taker. And then the question becomes, giving to what and taking from where? And the answer is, it's coming from the universe. The energy is traveling all over the place in all different directions. And this energy is an energy pack that is looking for a home. And when you create the path, you get the energy. The creation of the energy is through absorption. That's the attraction. That's the gravitational attraction. But before you can attract this energy, you have to emit this energy. That is the magnetical repulsion. So you emit before you absorb. So you emit the energy out, you absorb the energy in. To retain the energy within the Maggrav condition, it has to go around. If we cannot maintain that energy, or if we do not have the energy field that is compatible, which we call susceptibility, that energy will go right through. So our range of operating with these energy paths is between the magnetosphere and the ground, which is the range on this Earth. And then within our bodies, well, you see, our bodies are not X, Y's, and Z axes in linear fashion. We are all kind of a little bit more round. And so the x-axis, we said, is the rotating field, and this is a plasma field, which we cannot see with the naked eye. But we see the y-axis is the polar axis, and today we've been talking about the z-axis. And so the question becomes, is how big is the z-axis? Well, I don't know. How big is large? And I always say that because that all depends on the field strength. And that all depends if we're growing or if we're decaying or if we're just being in a catalytic condition. And so we have an opportunity with these rotating fields to do all three. The possibilities exist. So something is always something as opposed to being something else. And the determining factor, of course, is the susceptibility. So interestingly enough, when we look at galaxies and we see how they're formed, and it's interesting, we're only seeing, to say interesting, because we're only seeing the matter state, which is the form artifact of the matter manifestation. Well, what is the plasmatic manifestation which creates this galaxy? So what we do know is that there's a rotating field that creates the z-axis. And we know that this rotating field is fully three-dimensional and is spherical because we see how the plants grow. So here's a water hyacinth, which we know it has hairy roots, it has bulbous leaves, and it has spiky flowers. Isn't that interesting? It has three different types of matter manifestation within the range where it is actually some of the parts are below the water and some of the parts are above the water. And there's a height differential as well. And of course, this is the same with terrestrial plants. But, you know, we're not a terrestrial plant. We can walk around. And so we find the way that we manifest our physicality is because we have an ability to translate and manifest this plasmatic energy in various different directions. So we have arms and feet, and we have a head, and we have a capability of moving. And so how is this possible? We have to take into account and review what a Tesla unit is. And this is a magnetic induction unit. And the symbol T is this unit. And we call it a unit of magnetic flux density. So a magnetic field of 1 Tesla is considered to be very strong. So we did an experiment and we found that we achieved 92 Tesla. So what you're looking at in the blue meter there is the representation of the magnetic flux density of the X, Y, and Z axis. And you can see that the Z axis is at 92 Tesla. And we suddenly, and I mean suddenly, within less than a second, we developed a magnetical creation. And we had a breakthrough. And that breakthrough was 129 Tesla. So unlike the periodic table of elements, which goes arithmetically one after the other with respect to the density, with respect to the gravitational field force, with respect to the number of neutrons, which is attracting the other electrons, which is increasing the mass, this jumped. There was a gap. There was a massive, massive jump. And we didn't have any tsunamis or earthquakes or anything as a result of that. It was strictly a magnetical reaction. And so now we understand how we operate as a plasma being. And we understand how the plasma feeds our soul and how our soul feeds our body. This is all part and parcel of the plasma soul feeding. And we have a lot to learn with respect to how the feeding system is operating and how it is affecting our society. So the reality of it is that these dimensions that we're talking about, we're none of these dimensions. And what are we? So, you know, are we the residue? And we'll have to talk about that next week, because what we want to emphasize is that we're talking about the manifestation of reality, and that is when two forces come together, they form another, unlike armies. Armies are obsolete. The formation of any field is a manifestation, you see. And so the plasma feeding leads to this manifestation, and this manifestation can be non-tangible or tangible, non-visible or visible, plasmatic or physical. But there is a plasmatic reality and a physical reality. There is no physical reality without a plasmatic reality. The manifestation is a form artifact, and we're not specifying which reality. And the emotion is of presence is a form artifact of this energy in motion, and we're not specifying which form artifact either. Plasma energy has to do with magnetical field forces of attraction and repulsion. That is the simple explanation. We create a magnetical field, and from that we create a gravitational field. The giving and taking balance of this magnetical gravitational field is a maggrav, and that field then does giving and taking. But we're going to modify this now because this is a little bit more advanced. So we understand that we have a maggrav basis. We have to have a maggrav basis because we wouldn't have a field without it. So when we bring these three fields together, which is the X, Y, and Z axis, we create an attraction, repulsion, balance, which we call a maggrav. So what makes it magnetical? Well, there's an extra energy. So when we talk about magnetical field forces, it is the maggrav plus the magnetical. Conversely, the gravitational is also coming from a maggrav position, which is a balance of the repulsion attraction forces. And if the attraction forces are greater, that makes it gravitational. And so the difference between the balance of the repulsion attraction forces, which is a maggrav, and it becomes gravitational. And this is how we determine the difference between the magnetical and the gravitational. But we need to take into account that we do have a plasmatic substructure of a maggrav condition, which is feeding the manifestation of matter, whether it's physical or not. And so that is the essence of what's behind the cups of life and why we call them the cups of life. When we look at the individual cup, and we look at the first cup, which is a zinc plate and a copper plate and a nano-coated copper coil, we created an interaction of fields, which created a magnetical field. And so that created a gravitational field. And when we looked at the interaction of the nano-coated coil with the zinc plate and the copper coil, we found that we created GANs. This was a higher plasma state, and this GANs happened to be in the cup 1 zinc and copper GANs, and that created a CO2 GANs, which is the connector to the amino acid and the creation of water. And so the same thing happened in the second cup, except that we changed the field strength by introducing a copper plate. But the same thing happened. We had a magnetical field and a gravitational field. And then when we look at the two cups, the relationship between the two cups, one is emotional and one is physical. And there's an interaction of fields with both. We need to keep them at least a meter apart because the dynamic plasma condition transcends the outer boundary of the cup. Can we just take a 10-second break?
No problem, Alex. Maybe you should go a little slower and have a sip of water in between. I can imagine, plus your other teachings and so on. Your voice does get stretched a little bit.
Well, you know, we have a rhythm that is going, and I am teaching to mature students. So the thing is that we have a lot of classes, and I thank you very much for that. Yes, you're absolutely right. But we have to carry on. And so we create a maggrav condition in each of these cups. We have a job, a big job, But you know what? We also have a dividend. And so we're going to call this the virus dividend. We created the 1 cup for the magnetical field, which is emotional. We created a 2nd cup for the gravitational field, which is physical. And we wanted to deplete the energy from the virus because the virus is an energy pack. And now we understand how energy packs are created and how they flow. But interestingly enough, they are different field sizes. And so now we had to introduce another word, and that is conversion. And so we find that we're not only depleting the energy, but the energy has to be something as opposed to something else. So we're converting it to something else. And that something else happens to be food. Excuse me. When we bring the cups together, it's representative of what we are in terms of physicality. So we have an emotional and a physical context. I'm sorry, I'm just going to have to take a few more seconds.
It's okay.
Hello. We were talking about emotional and physical context, where the emotional is the gravitational, the physical is the magnetical giver, and these create a maggrav condition. That maggrav condition creates a magnetical field, and then of course it creates a gravitational field. So this is the point. When we're looking at the basis of the two, when we're looking for heaven, it's right here. It's right here on this earth. And what is it that we're looking for, really? We're looking for our soul. And can we find our soul? Well, we at least know where it is. And it's not up and it's not down. It is in. And how do we know that? Well, you see, when we look at the GANs and how it's formed, we find on the left-hand side, when we're looking top down into this glass with the GANs in the bottom, we see the beginnings of a formation of a rotating field. And on the right-hand side, we see the completion of this rotating field where there's nothing there. And where is that nothing? Where did it go? And who did that? And how did that happen? And what does it mean exactly? And so these are the questions that people are going to ask you. Look, you know, what is going on? You know, this is a crazy science. And so you have to be firm and understand that when they ask you to define plasma, tell them plasma is a kind of energy state. And it's important. It will affect our life, you see, because we are plasma beings. We are affecting the physical manifestation. We have a plasmatic manifestation. We have a physical manifestation. We are creating a physical manifestation in 3 dimensions. There is a residue. We are none of those dimensions. Which dimension are we? So we find that we are in a higher state. And so this is the thing. This is the basis of the various plasma rules. And it's just worth reviewing. Energy states increase by at least an order of magnitude, and the higher ones feed the lower ones. But they change. They change through natural creation or natural decay, or they just stay at the same level, being catalysts or non-consuming. But the transfer rates are higher in the plasma state than they are in the matter state by many orders of magnitude. And so the basic characteristics of plasma is it absorbs the field and is a barrier field. However, as we get into the higher fields, we find that the transfer of energy is greater, just like the way the snail built the shell. The more it builds, the bigger it gets, because we have a basis of a manifestation. And so that is part and parcel of the creation. What is the limiting factor? It is the ethos of the universe. Why? Because we are not earthbound. And actually, we're not even spacebound. You see, when we're looking at the old science, we're trying to find out, is it backwards or is it upside down? Well, fortunately on this earth, we know which way is up because we're sitting on the ground, not on the ceiling. But when we're in outer space, do we know which way is up? And, are we talking about the creation of matter, or are we talking about the origin of the universe? And I guess you could ask, well, which one came first? But that all depends on your point of view and which way you're looking. The thing about it is that we have an opportunity to leave the limitations of the old physics behind. The two main limitations was the speed of light and the polar shifting. But we also have spiritual limitations. And so we take the good teachings from the science and spirituality and put it together and drop the limitations behind. So this is where, if we say hello to Socrates, you say, well, if this, then that, and why? Well, that's the answer. So we are self-serving at the expense of others. What does that mean? How is it possible that we can get more by taking from others because they would have less? So by that logic, then the population reduction gives us more. Well, by following that logic, we can say that we become smarter by becoming dumber. Well, I'm trying to teach, and the question is, who becomes smarter? Does the student become smarter, or does the teacher become smarter? And if the student doesn't learn, well, who's the idiot teacher? And this is kind of the question that we have to look at, because when we're looking at the future, we have to look at the new science. We have to look at the corona dividend. We have to look at the plasma dividend. We're in the post-pandemic era, but we have to deal with the present, which is still stuck in the old paradigm. We still have a pandemic out of control, and we still have people arguing that black is blue. Well, Socrates, you know what? You're no longer fun to be around, okay? That was all fun and games and entertainment. We're going to change the channel. We're bringing the Keshe Foundation TV station forward because we have an opportunity where science can meet the soul. And what this will do is bring peace on this planet, because we are now going to be engaging with the plasma science, which isn't limited by the speed of light, but is limited by ethics, because that involves morality, compassion, and courage. And why is that? Is because these are the fundamental aspects of creation, and they follow the universal laws. This is the plasma-bound science, and the universal body enhancement spaceship units will deliver this plasma satisfaction for us through the restoration of our emotional and physical vitality. Isn't that what we're all about? Isn't that what we're wanting all the time? Isn't that what we're doing with our life? This is the determination of the plasma interaction. And we find that all things are working in combination. But now we have to realize the magnetical isn't just pushing. It is pushing to a pulling. And the gravitational isn't just pulling. It's pulling from a pushing. The balance of the pushing and the pulling is a maggrav condition. And we found how we could push and pull for certain dimensions, but we still have a residue. And this is where the new knowledge is taking us. And we don't have enough of that. We need to discuss more of that. So this is what we're doing as teachers. We have to create a pattern. And we have to figure out what is the nature of that pattern, because when we provide that pattern, we get the energy. Is the physical pattern the only pattern that we can do? Is the emotional pattern the only one we can do? How about a soul pattern? How about a plasma pattern? How about ethos of the universe? When we're looking at basic games, and we like to play games, one of the basic games is tic-tac-toe. And what we always want to know is who is the winner. And so here we have a game of tic-tac-toe, but there's something missing. And what is missing is we don't know whose turn is next. And I was promising to answer that question today. And you know what? I lied. How do you like me now? We'll do this next week, because today we're just the messengers of peace and friendship. And we are trying to bring plasma science into the public domain. And to do that, we're asking everybody to sign the World Peace Treaty, once with their pen and once with their heart, because physical and emotional harmony on this planet is only possible if we have physical and emotional vitality. And this is where, as knowledge seekers, we find out the truth. But does that matter? Is that enough? You see, because truth seekers need to be difference makers. It's difference makers who can work with the dynamic plasma. The dynamic plasma state is within us. And that is the universal language throughout, not only us on this planet, with the sun, with our solar system, or the universe. All of it works together. The totality, the plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for peace on earth. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I really appreciate you giving me the opportunity to make this presentation.
Alex, I think we're going to allow you to rest your voice for a bit. Dan wants to send you a little cup of water and ask you, so maybe we won't ask you any questions right away.
It's not a problem. It's not a problem. I'm present.
I know you are, and we appreciate you being here and for all the teaching you do across this planet and in the American Corona team. And it was interesting, we had a meeting today with the KFTV locally here in the United States, and we were talking about one of the videos, and I said, gee, I didn't like the word cure in there. I know Mr. Kesh always had said we don't cure anything, we put things back into balance. And then I sent this message to the American frontline doctors, which I'll read at the end again, but I gave them the title of the scientific paper, which says, Successful application of the newly discovered GANS plasma and GANS water technology for detection, cure, prevention, and disinfection of the COVID family of viruses in trials in Iran 2020 pandemic. Now we're using the word cure right in the title, and normally that's a red flag word. I don't know if this is something new. I'm sure it wasn't overlooked. Everyone saw it before it was published.
Yes, it was done deliberate.
Okay, for to be a little bit provocative.
No, because this report done in conjunction with doctors and University of National Defense of Iran. This report was a scientific paper with the observation and supervision of the medical doctors. And in that term, we deliberately use the term of cure. We discussed it in length with the officials in Iran National Defense University before we put it out. There were a number of things in that report which was deliberate, not to provoke, but to emphasize. One of them was this word. The other one is, if you look the flag of Iran on the heading of the paper, there was a big debate. But we used this cure because they said, we are doctors, we can cure. Because in the report, there is Dr. Asadi, Dr. Barapur, two doctors from Tehran, most prestigious university, which were involved. And they considered it as a cure because they said people don't understand what it means by processing. We don't use this terminology, but as we had a team of doctors on board, half were what you call knowledge seekers and the half medical doctors in universities, and that was the decision which was made. Because then the world of science will understand there is a solution.
So for a layman to try to promote a product or promote his company or something like that, that wouldn't be appropriate. But for a doctor to say cure, that is appropriate.
Yes,
Okay. Okay.
doctors can cure, we cannot, we process.
Right.
This is a medical scientific report.
Well, I did put a message into the Telegram of the American frontline doctors. Now, I don't know if they're controlled opposition like the Mau Mau and the anti-Mau Mau, but I've invited them to be interviewed by KFTV. Would you be the one doing the interview, or would the...
We do, yes. We already received another request from one of the leading doctors in Italy. The first interview is appointed for not this Monday, next Monday at 2 o'clock Central European time.
Are you looking for one at a time or a round table?
No, round table, at least 3 or 4.
Now, I put info@keshfoundation.org, and I don't think that was correct. What would be the actual?
Info@cash.foundation, that's
Okay.
it.
Okay.
You don't need a .org because .foundation is what do you call it, a section of its own. Now foundations have their own, and you have to be registered, proven, then you are given a foundation, what do you call it, WW section.
So this go ahead, sorry.
We are a foundation, so cash.foundation is what it is.
So the World Health Organization has this report.
Yes.
As well as President Xi, President Putin, President Trump, and the leaders in the European community, as I understand it. I don't know if they have one president. Yes, I think they elect one person to be the president.
It was given to the Prime Minister of Austria for European Community. Japan has it. Russia, United States. It's 6 or 7 of them we gave to. The Iranian government has it. I can't remember who else we gave it.
And at the beginning, I put a message into the American frontline doctors, and I wrote, KFTV International would like to interview frontline doctors and share how to drain energy from a virus, any virus, using Kesh GANS plasma technology science, without injections or jabs. This gift to humanity was given to China in January of 2020, and now 1.4 billion citizens are enjoying relief and freedom with no mask and no internal passports in an active economy. Express your interest in understanding more by contacting info@keshfoundation.org. Also, see our published paper entitled Successful Application of the Newly Discovered GANS Plasma and GANS Water Technology for Detection, Cure, Prevention, and Disinfection of the COVID family of viruses in Trials in Iran 2020 Pandemic. Thank you for your sincere concerns in addressing these issues. So I'm hoping, and this message is in their Telegram, and now it's made public here, that they will contact the Kesh Foundation and arrange a roundtable
We
discussion.
keep an eye on it. We keep an eye on it. There is a fundamental change in the Kesh Foundation operation and websites which gradually will come into operation in the next 3 to 6 months. And this will allow us to do a lot of work in the background and technology development and much more. We are waiting for a couple of moves by 2 governments, then we will take shape. One of the first moves we were looking for was handover of one of the largest companies, foreign investment companies registered in China, which was handed over to Kesh Foundation last week. We were 50% shareholders, and the Chinese central government CPC handed over the balance of the 50% share to Keshe Foundation last week. We literally took over this company. It's 100 million investment capital, technology transfer with 10 billion capital investment injection, all in euros. And so the next step of the work starts with the Chinese in that direction. And with it, this is in a way the process of thanking Foundation for what we did in China for the enhanced, what they call it, the Corona. And that will take shape with the support from the government very soon, we'll announce.
So when I wrote that now 1.4 billion citizens are enjoying relief and freedom, this is with no mask and no internal passports. This is correct, right?
In a way, China has given that freedom. A lot of countries are going to do this. Romania, from 1st of June, will go back to normality before Corona. Everything is open as normal. Everything goes back to as it was from 1st of June, if we understand it correctly. And I think once Romania takes this lead, the other European nations will follow. This game is over. The game is played out.
I noticed in Texas, for example, that they've been open, I think, for the last 2 months, and the cases are going down. They have stadiums where people are sitting next to each other with no mask. They went and they asked this fellow Fauci about it, and he says, I'm confused. I don't understand why. Is the game up?
The game is up. The game was partially to what you call financially bring nations into the control of what you call IMF. It'll take 10 years minimum to recover from past year of Corona, what you call it, game. At least 10 years. The job losses will not be replaced so easy. And fundamentally, economical recovery for governments, the money they put out and the money they have to reinvest to get it back in, it'll take them 10 years. For some nations, there'll be 1 generation they talk about to recover from this mayhem of lies.
You indicated it had to be unraveled at the World Health Organization some way or somehow, that they were a blocker or some sort of blocking.
The WHO has been always based on what you call who can do. I think at the end of this position in next 5 years, WHO will have no respect, the same as in so many FDA. FDA has lost a lot of its credibility in the past few months with this situation. And when the total truth comes, I don't think anybody will listen to WHO anymore.
Because I had read something that apparently Dr. Fauci had written something, I don't know, years ago about the 1918, the Spanish flu. And as I understand it, the people recovered from the flu, basically, but they were wearing masks, and the mask caused the bacterial infection in the throat, which traveled to the lung, and it was the pneumonia that actually took the 100 million people around the world, not so much the virus, the flu virus. Does that make sense to you? That it was the bacterial...
Which way we look. You see, this is evolution in science, especially with viruses. We learn a lot. We become wise into the space technology. In the next few months, we will run a number of conferences maybe by June, July, one or two, maybe more international conferences with the scientists from around the world. It's getting organized in the background. It'll be announced in due course. We expect anything up to 1,000 to 3,000 top leading scientists to attend these physical attendance into these conferences if we get it right. Somewhere in July, maybe latest August. Initially, 2 conferences will be held. One, most probably 2 conferences will be held with the national scientists, around about 1,000 of them. And then extended to a larger conference, about 3,000, if we get everything the way we want it. And in these conferences, all these aspects of the technology, space and health and viruses will be part of the discussion. We're working in the background on this pattern. Most probably by next couple of months, next month, we understand more. And then announcements will be made for it for July, June, July. One of the largest international scientific conferences will be held. We're working in that direction. And it'll be held in Tehran. Every effort is made towards it. We know more and more in next few months. Will be announced by the Keshe Foundation in conjunction with the Iranian officials.
Will this demonstration go on where the doctors are there, they test someone positive for the COVID and then they get processed?
If we find somebody a bit positive, but it's a plan, which we're working on it. It has to go through a lot of us. We can't do anything at the moment till 18th of June. This is our problem. Till Rouhani leaves office, we cannot do so. Everything is getting prepared to be able to take the step once he leaves office. Our biggest problem is his position at the moment. No president has done so much damage to a nation than he has. People do not know the extent of damage which has been done to the Iranian economy and international position.
And as you,
pardon?
no, I was just saying, you had referred to him as being in the pocket of the Americans.
He has been. He's American educated, the whole team. We have more American educated doctors in our cabinet than President Trump had. Half of the Iranian cabinet are American educated.
So many things we don't know.
If you remember when Mr. what we call Foreign Minister of Iran was confined to one block near the United Nations last year, and there was a lot of pressure. Other head of states were going to meet him. When the Iranian president was there, he said, "Oh, we walked all these streets enough. We know every corner. You don't need to block us in one place. We don't miss anything." They're all American, what you call New York educated people. He said, "You don't need to confine us to one hotel, one corner. We know this city inside out. We're educated here." We have this problem, and we hopefully resolve this problem with the next government.
And that's never mentioned on television, never.
It's the way it is.
Yeah.
So why do they fear the truth so much, Mr. Keshe? Can't we just speak honestly and openly about everything you know, do we have to determine that people have conflicts of interest, or that their paycheck depends on what they don't know? I mean, when are we going to get back to real science with real scientists, where they prove what they say, or that it's evidence-based and not just assumptions built on corroborated scientists by people that are considered the peers? You know, we can't talk about the 1918 bacterial meningitis vaccinations. That's the reason why the people died in 1918, because of the vaccinations. There was plenty of history, there's plenty of papers that existed for decades, books and everything that were written on it, but that's just been abolished. You know, we talk about a new novel virus, SARS-CoV-2. How come it hasn't been isolated as a living pathogen? You know, we talk about it as being an energy packet. Well, why can't we just say it's just a matter poison? It was you know, the population has been poisoned by this anthrax type poison, as opposed to a living cellular virus that's supposed to be contagious among people. When you talk about the Doctors Without Borders, that's what, you know, that's a lot of what they've said early on, is that we need to sit down and have frank discussions about what can be proven and what's just assumptions. And just the whole path that we're going down is just nothing but more lies and assumptions. And we're just spinning our wheels and not getting anywhere.
One of the interesting point that has risen in Iran and in China is that the Keshe Foundation Corona is evidence-based confirmation that we've done enough trials and we have shown with evidence that this is what has happened. And I don't think even Pfizer products were so openly tested by people directly. This is what is going to be one of the main points of discussion in coming up time. Our technology is tested by people at home, by them, not by others, and hundreds of thousands of people have tested it. And as the Iranian officials say, it's one of the first time they have an evidence-based, what they call trial. Never been done before. Our ancestors done it by eating fruits and roots and learning and teaching, but never done in the modern time by people testing. It's the first clinical trial done by the people. And this is what we'll take across. And we'll see. We at the moment is a lot of work getting done. I mean, all your knowledge seekers, everything you're doing and the way you're spreading the knowledge and people are using it, it has brought a lot of, we have everything with us except what they call Fox News. In turn, this will be sorted. If we had a Fox News which controls 85% of the world news, with us, it would have been totally different. But again, as I said, misconducting people carried on and they carry on. We will release a shocking news to all of you. You would not believe. Keshe Foundation, in a very soon time, will release a shocking news to all of you. That it will shock you beyond your imagination. What has happened to Keshe Foundation, how it's happened to Keshe Foundation, and how we were taken for a fool and we all trusted. That this will bring shock to all of you. How we've been betrayed right inside. We are keeping very, very quiet about it. But it's so shocking that we are trying to ourselves digest it in how the Keshe Foundation was was brought to this point by people right inside us. We're just keeping quiet, very, very quiet, till we decide, and in due course we release it. They were even aware of the Fabio's assassination or my assassination with my child.
Mr. Kesh, we played the 6 Kids Knowledge Seekers workshop. And in that workshop, you seemed to be having some respiratory issues. You were coughing, dry cough, and coughing here and there. Again, it's fairly normal. But now I don't hear that cough anymore. That was back in 2014. And I was thinking that someone had introduced, or maybe it's just your emotions, like you said, you're
No,
feeling.
that was the time when I was poisoned.
Yeah.
When we did the last, we stopped the children teaching. It was done with my boy being there. I don't know if you hear him. And it was done with him with toys. It was done in Capessa, in our house in northern Italy. And they poisoned his toys. When we came down, it used to be, those of you who've been there, the structure of the first knowledge seekers, the first 7 who came to us, we lived in a villa in northern Italy, and the top floor of the villa was set as a teaching room because I wanted to be that they could see everything. So they put cyanide and another poison on the toys of a child. When we came down, he said, "Papa, I cannot breathe. I'm going dizzy." We found out they even poisoned his toys. And now worse has happened. Worse than that has happened in past week to us. We're trying to keep very silent to digest it, how we were taken for such a big ride. And that time I was poisoned with arsenic and Benadella, whatever you call it. I used to walk on literally like animals on hands and knees from pain. They were hoping that I'll die. But they found the antidote for it. And the others gimmicked it and faked it that they've been poisoned too. But my son was poisoned in that last teaching.
I think that was the 10th Knowledge Seekers workshop. Where
we never carried on anymore. Because when he came down, he says, "Papa, I'm going to say I'm dizzy. Something is wrong." And it was, we always thought it was done by Belgians who came in, but it was by the Belgians inside the house. We reveal what's happened very soon. You'll be shocked. He will reveal a lot of things. But we're just trying to digest it ourselves, how we were taken this way. The coughing was continuous. They could not find a solution in the hospital. They knew they could see it.
So are you still seeing the calcification of the lung or the clotting that was evident in the beginning in Iran?
What happens, yes. I mean, now Iran has gone to a 4th shot lockdown because President Rouhani would not allow the Keshe Foundation technology to spread. They're making a lot of money out of it. And the president's report in the parliament in Iran, him and his brother have been accused of major, and his ministers, major theft of national assets. I can send you the recording. And We got the last 160 days of this mayhem, and it'll be over. It's there. There is a very clear political move. Iranian leader Ayatollah Khamenei has a right to dismiss the government. It's in Iran constitution, but he is trying not to bring that into order. That two clergies, two sides of the clergies don't come, and this is exactly what they want. They want to start war between the clergies in Iran. And somebody's microphone is open. And Ayatollah Rouhani is aware he can do this. He's pushing it to the limit. And Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran is a very wise man. He's just letting it through till he goes. And that's why they cannot negotiate. They met in Vienna, they're meeting in Vienna, but they have no teeth to negotiate. We have already set up the negotiations for the next regime. We will reach very fast conclusion with the next Iranian presidents in office with Americans. We will see the end of all the sanctions in so many ways, and we'll see a lot of things coming to an end very quickly within months after the sanction, after the next election.
General, go ahead.
Pardon?
Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
No, it's just, this is something which will be, we've seen the same pattern with Peanut Man. And when it was left, then the American hostages were released. Now the same situation is repeating. When the Iranian president leaves office, we will come to agreement with the American administration in a very rapid
way. Mr. Rick Bordage would like to ask Mr. Kesh a question about workshop number 375 when he's done talking. Rick, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Rick Bordage. I live in London, Ontario, Canada. And thank you, Mr. Kess, for all these years. You were describing your experience with the poisonings and stuff, and it was making me remember when I was young, and there was kids on the way home from school that would pick on you, and I remember being caught by them a few times, and then all the time after that being paranoid and just living like that. But the magnitude of your experience is much greater than that, so thank you for enduring that. My question is about what you said at the end of 375 workshop about the expansion or the soul moving beyond the physicality. I did a workshop in Toronto in the mid-80s, and it was called rebirthing, and it was a breathing technique. And I was lying down breathing in this rhythm that this person was instructing me to. And my body got tingly. My hands started to curl in like I was going into a fetus position. And then I was in a light. And now I understand what that light is. Thank you. That was my light. I didn't know where I went. But I was in that zone for a period of time. The man who guided me in this breathing technique, he had left the room because I just stopped breathing, and he knew where I was at, I guess. I was in this space. It was like the space I was supposed to be in. It was just bliss. It was comfortable. Everything was fine, we could say, balanced. But then I sensed, I don't know how, him coming back downstairs because it was in a lower room. And I realized at that point, I was not breathing. I knew my body wasn't breathing. And then I took my breath and I went, and then I was back. I realized I'm breathing again. So you mentioned about hyperventilating. And so that changed my blood flow. This is what I'm thinking. And my blood flow slowed down somehow because of the chemistry of my blood. You mentioned that you're going to talk about that, how we can do that with maybe not having to do the breathing.
Yes, there's a method to do it, and there'll come a story as part of the teaching. Put it this way, you look inwards to see the soul. We look the soul to pass that you don't see, if you understand more. How I can explain is in a very simple way. When you're facing the sun, you see the light. When you're on the back of the sun, you don't see the light, the daylight. When you look inwards and the light of the soul of the man touches the soul of physicality or the vision of the man, you see it as a light. When you are within it, you see the dark side. And this is what, when people say they see the light, is what we see as a point of people looking at their soul. You don't die. That's why you're not. The people who go through the process of death, they never see the light because the soul expands. You're on the other side, not to the side of the vision. If you understand what I'm talking about. When the light comes from center and you got your back to it, you don't see the light till it passes you. And then you don't see because you're part of it. And this is what we call the experience of the true transition. You see it through the soul of the man, not through the physicality of the man. And you don't need to do the breathing. You extend the soul. In the teaching next week, I will explain something which brings more for a lot of people to understand the step change from the soul to physicality in energy. And how we what we call it and how we call it and how we feel it. Gradually, we will explain this in a very, very soft way that a lot of people understand. It's like the reposition of the physicality in the different dimensions, in different atmosphere. It's not easy to explain.
Mr. Kesh, when I was in that space of light, we'll call it, is that the position I would be in to go if I had a position on Mars to go to?
What do you mean?
Well, while I was in that space of balanced light, that sense of well-being, is that when I would travel?
In a sense, your direction of travel is done by your soul. The physicality follows.
Okay.
But
Okay.
you are in a way passenger of the soul, not where now our soul is the passenger of our physicality.
Right. But I'm just thinking, because that experience was all brand new to me, I had no idea it was even going to happen. But if I had the idea that it's going to happen, and I had a position somewhere in the universe or the planet to be in, would I travel in that form?
Depends if your soul has decided to travel to a point, yes.
Okay.
Just because you manage to extend your soul over your physicality doesn't mean your physicality goes somewhere else.
Okay.
And this is part of the teaching we will do in the coming time, how to, first of all, extend your soul beyond your physicality, and secondly, how to feed your soul. I was explaining this to a knowledge seeker recently, that we show you another proof, another confirmation of existence of the soul within the brain of the man, and how the energies of the soul is changed in the body of the man at a higher order to elements which we chose a different name for, but it's actually energy transformation. And this energy comes from the soul. And how the body of the man gets fed through this, and how you can extend it. We have it within us, we have it within our structure of the physical body, and we can travel with this, we can move with this, we can extend our soul beyond it. It just needs to learn how. It's a very, very, what they call, step forward for mankind to be able to use the resources of the soul of the man to feed the man, to look after the man, physical damage. Slowly, slowly we're getting there.
Rick, have you finished?
Yeah, I've been listening. I just can't wait to get back into that space of light. Is that not feeding the physicality when the soul encapsulated, when the soul radiance encapsulates the physicality?
Depends if it needs to.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Depends if it needs to, if there is a need, or if you see a need for it. It's in the structure of the body of the man, this process hidden in a different way. And I touched this a few years ago and I left it. And in the past few weeks, I come back to it, past 2 or 3 months. And it's within the structure of the body of the man. And in the teachings in coming weeks, we'll teach.
Look forward to it. Thank you.
You're welcome. It's part of the teachings. It's we covered this few years ago in part of the teaching, I think in Trani, and then with teachings with Dr. Elie Kostova, where we spoke about the glands, and the glands being the substation part of the brain of the man, and why we carry these glands in different positions in the body of the man, and what is their purpose, and how actually part of the information and energy of the body of the man, soul, is transferred through the glands to the operation of the physicality of the man. Teach this in the coming time.
Mr. Kesh, just to expand on that a little bit, when you go into the dream state, which is absence of time and breathing and matter and such, the body still, when the body stops breathing, when the sleeping body stops breathing, some point where it's awakened, and that's what's happened to me. Is there a way you can position your body so that it could transcend the matter state where you have to breathe while you're in the dream state or something like that?
What do you mean?
So if you go into the dream state and where your dream is ended because your body, you're woken because your body needs to breathe. So I've been able to get into that state where I don't breathe while I'm sleeping, but yet I can't find a way to extend it. Is there a way to position your body in the matter state so that you could extend that time? Or is it still knowledge based, where you're going to have to be able to understand both the communication between the soul, physicality, and your soul? Because I was looking for a position that would help me extend that time.
There is what I call a threshold in a current transfer, that when you reach that threshold, you transfer to a physical matter condition. I'll teach this more in the coming time, but I was explaining to a knowledge seeker even today that if you look at, I taught this a few years ago, and it was not understood, but again, I'll go on to it. If you understand physiology and you understand the world of physics and chemistry, we have a threshold of physical matter, then we have a threshold of matter to energy in the elementary materials, and then we have a threshold of energy and matter into plasma condition and fields. And our knowledge has not reached that point. This is the biggest problem. This is what I was talking to the scientists in Iran in past few days, that what are we going to open up in this direction, in the understanding of the plasma physics, which is left a long time ago. If you look at the matter state conversion, up to certain elements in the periodic table, we are all in matter state. We are in a balanced condition. And in some points in there, we have differences. But in totality, there's a point of threshold even in our periodic table that world of science has never understood. I was told that in my last Thursday teaching, I went back in telling you don't understand and the rest of it. Scientific world hasn't understood. It shouldn't be taken as negativity or something wrong. But in fact, there is a point that at a certain voltage, at a certain current, in picoamps, in pico voltages, that when it reaches that point, we change from a matter state to the plasma state. And world of science doesn't understand this. And this is part of the problem of knowing when we change from a dream to the physical, or we are in touch with the soul. And it's in our construction, it's in the construction body of the man. There is, it's like you have a LED and you can put in certain amperages and voltages and doesn't come out. And the minute you pass a point of the voltage, the light comes on. And we have the same thing in the body of the man. There is a current voltage in the body of the man that changes from the dimension of this, in what I call engagement of the soul with the physicality, to the dimension of physical life, which is our daily life. And that current voltage in the brain allows the soul to open up or close. We release our soul from its captivity, but we still have a hold on it, and it's in the physical condition of body of the man, and it's within the structure of the body of the man, and it sits within what you call hormones. This I developed years ago, and in past few months we need to bring this understanding in the operation of the enhancement units. So we are developing it in a way that it can be done, and it can be utilized by what you call by the knowledge seekers, and it will be utilized in the what you call in the test which we do with what I call flight system. We don't put any soul in it because it's a condition of travel, it's a physicality. But in the space travels of the future, we don't need to have any motion. There is a secret in a flight, the structure used that I have taught a lot about it. We tune into a very different fingerprints of a destination for us to arrive at the destination, if it can be explained that way. And the point of the process of a dream to reality is what we call control. Is a plasma, and it's like the way in CERN or in tokamak, we reach a point, we increase the current and the voltage to a level that we say, okay, this is the point where we can contain the plasma. Before it, we can't. Plasma loses, it touches the body and of the system. We have the same thing in the body of the man. There is a specific current voltage, and it varies amongst every one of us. We all have different ones. And in that process, we allow our soul to open up to its dimension. And this is part of the things which we will teach in the coming time. Not all of us open to the same strength of the soul. And these are the things which is unknown knowledge to humanity. When you say you don't understand, because you don't have the knowledge of it, to understand what you don't know should not be insulting when we say because you don't know, because you don't have the knowledge. Never in any position, anywhere, anybody has spoken about the knowledge and feel the strength of the current voltage of a plasma that it allows your dream to become your reality, and what part of it you see as a dream. I can induce a current into the body of the man that allows the man to dream. And you remember your dream because we know the knowledge. And it should not be offensive when we say you don't know, because you really don't know. You don't even till maybe this minute that never clue such a thing existed. Should not be insulting when somebody tells you you don't know, because you haven't got humanity hasn't got an understanding of such a thing. Up to today, this past few minutes, you could never imagine that the soul lives within the current and the voltage within the structure of the body of the man. So why should be offended? Because we really don't know. Mankind's knowledge is very, very small and very, very limited. And this is part of the teaching, part of what it comes. At what level of current and voltage you move from dimension of transportation and knowledge of your soul to the actual, what you call the dreamland, or what you remember from its interaction. They don't have the knowledge. And it's the knowledge that nobody has ever brought or taught. I should not be offensive, because I heard for years people telling me, you keep on telling us we don't understand, you're not stupid. You really don't know, you don't understand, because if you could understand it, you would have understood the process of the soul of the man. I've had a lot of claim in this topic.
Could you say that the hormones radiate energy?
That's their job, isn't it? I don't need to say.
Well, so then
What is a hormone? We'll teach this again more on Thursday teaching. I'll touch about this in next few weeks teaching. Man has not even understood what a hormone is. Where is the energy of a hormone comes from? And what is its purpose?
Well, doesn't that go back to the radiation, the concept of radiation in essence, whether it be matter state or in plasma? It's the understanding of like the radiation of element, how that transition comes about.
What do you mean by that?
Well, sometimes you touch on nuclear and atomic radiations, and how you had said that, you know, nuclear physics in that aspect hasn't really been taught since the 70s. What in the truth are we missing with regard to radiation and how that manifests, that we could see in physicality, that we could perhaps use it to envision or visualize in a better way? Because it's almost like there's a piece missing in the puzzle.
The piece missing is we haven't understood the transformation and transportation of fields, energy fields, and the break into it. The biggest problem, as I always say, in the world of science of man, has been that our knowledge has been piecemeal, and some of the reality with imagination has been fitting together, and we have accepted all of it as real. And this is a problem, because part of it we see as a real, and part of it is imagination. Part of it is we accept it to be real till somebody shows us something else. It's very much like in the nuclear physics, we accepted up quarks, down quarks, and all that hullabaloo. And because we couldn't see it, we accepted it. And the guy dram and we dram with him. But now we understand the up clock is called Earth, down clock is Moon, and something else, Krypton K or whatever, is Jupiter and the rest of it. So we don't need to accept fantasy work. And now we have to fit in, oh, we knew the Earth, we knew the Moon, and now we have to accept this, which was the imaginary, not too real. And this is causing half of the problem in the world of science. Our knowledge accepted is a mismatch of half dreams, half realities, half known knowledge, and we accept it till somebody tells us different. And when somebody tells you something different, now you have to oppose, because then otherwise you spend your life, the other one you accept it. Nuclear technology, especially nuclear plasma technology, is the breakthrough in the world of science that we have missed. And as I've said, and I even raised it with the top nuclear scientists in past few days, the biggest mistakes we made, we stopped the nuclear technology going forward the way we did. To understand it more, to look at the energy as life and look at the nuclear structure as life, because we separated it, we commercialized it in a different way, and we never followed it to understand this part of our structure. In around about 2008, 2009, I developed a technology where I could split matter into radiation without anything. And that brought the breakthrough in the space nuclear reactors, where I can convert the matter into plasma. If you look at the first Iranian nuclear reactors, before that we already built these reactors in Belgium. I was tested. And if you remember, some of you, it's a small reactor which got the pins of it twisted. It's a stainless steel pin about 5 mil, 7 mil stainless steel bar in less than 10 centimeters twisted because of the pressures on the plasma. Without any use of any nuclear material, by creating conditions. And that's what our body does. We have ignored, because each one we took separately. Now we have to bring the knowledge of nuclear plasma, the nuclear radiation in our body, nuclear space technology, together to be able to understand the totality. And that's what is going to happen in the next few months, in what we call educating our scientists to look at. In the next 2 or 3 years, nuclear industry will be a backbone of everything we want to do in the space. It'll be rejuvenated very rapidly. We're already setting up new scientists to understand this in this process. That if you understand part of this, then you understand how you dream. Then you understand how your body functions. And you cannot separate it. It's impossibility. Nuclear plasma technology is your functionality of your soul. How can you say it doesn't exist? How can you ignore its work? Nuclear plasma in a dimension of physicality is like the sun and the earth. One confirms the existence of the other. and one is made from the other, and one needs the other to be coming back to be part of, to be the second generation or third generation of life. We didn't understand, we ignored it, and as we talk now to the leading scientists in nuclear, they realize what we made. Letting nuclear industry for nearly 30, 40 years to go in doldrums. You cannot have life without nuclear decay. We cannot have life without operation of the most advanced nuclear technology in the universe, which is this life cycle of hydrogen. And then we say we want to ignore it. Where do you want to start? If you understand how to feed your soul, and if you understood what I said in past 3 minutes, 2 minutes, you have found how you feed your soul.
Mr. Kesh, can I ask you a small question?
Yes.
This is Selena from Georgia.
Yes.
I have out-of-body experience. So sometimes when I go outside my body, I don't feel anything. But sometimes I feel, before going out from my body, I feel chill in my body. It's like a cool sensation. What is that?
I don't know, you tell me. You've been out of your body. I don't go out of my body.
I don't know. I don't know that much scientific stuff. I'm just a normal person, but it's happened.
We're all
I don't
normal
know.
people. None of us 2 horns and 2 tails. We're all normal people. But when people say I have out of body experience, what do you call out of body experience?
I go some places. It's not dream, and sometimes it feel more real. Like if somebody in front of me is standing, it is more than real. Like that. It's happening. I feel it's happening inside my brain. It is so real, and sometimes. Maybe I'm standing or sleeping, not sleeping, laying down. And then if I close my eye and I think I see a lot of stuff far away, I don't know what is that. I was scared first time, but now it is happening. So I know it's normal.
Yeah, but what do you call out of body? Is your body out of its place, or are you outside, you see your body?
Most of time, if I go far away, I don't see my body. Like I went to under the sea. So that time I didn't see my body, but I was feeling I was some kinds of sea creature or fish, maybe dolphin or something, whatever it is. And sometimes I was in the cloud. That time I didn't see my body, but I'm moving all over the sky, and then all cloud moving with me. And then suddenly I thought, oh my God, I am moving this fast way. In the ground, there is a lot of houses, a lot of people, there will be tornado. And then when I thought that, and right away, I can stay that place.
You say some people do have this. I just pull you to the limit to see for a lot of us to understand. Some people have that capability to do a lot of things, to watch their body, live in their body, and being able to travel or go back to the body. And this is part of understanding. Is it the soul which is leaving, or is it you, which is part of the field of the soul of physicality, which does that? And many of us, many of people have that experience of living and watching their own body. You watch your body on bed, or you see You go traveling and you come back and the body's still there, physically there.
Oh,
And pardon?
no. It's okay.
And you can even see your mother coming saying to you, wake up, and say, oh, I have to go back in because this body's not going to move and she's going to frighten. I better get back in. And we wake up and says, yes, mom, I'm here.
Oh,
Pardon?
I'm when I was little, that time when is happened those kinds of stuff before. So if somebody trying to wake me up and then they say, oh, they are calling me a long time, I didn't. It is hard to wake up that time.
Where are you from originally? Are you from Indian subcontinent?
Bangladesh.
Bangladesh, you have the accent.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you live in Georgia.
Yeah.
The process is how we see it. We try to explain this in a very simple way. In a way, in the new enhancement units, we create that condition that we allow the soul of the man to extend out to the dimension of beyond physicality. And we teach these things because the scientists and the doctors who run these systems should understand, should be able to see how to be able to handle the situations. You got to understand, mankind looks for megawatts and kilowatts, and the world of creation works in picoamps and less than picoamps and voltages. And it has to be in the dimension of the plasmatic picoamps and picovolts that you can allow. In a way, if you drain the energy or transfer the energy of the physicality, soul of physicality, beyond the boundary of the body of the man, instead of being inwards to be outwards, it allows the soul to expand. And this is the way the process of enhancement units will do that. That's the capability to do that. As the soul of physicality sits outside the soul of the man, we can extend it, we can withdraw it, we can give it a different dimension. And in that process, what would your soul see? How would it communicate? How would it expand to a new dimension? And these are the things mankind has to learn very soon. It's not all one way that you can surpass the physicality. You can allow the physicality to become so thin, the soul of physicality, that the soul of the man can expand and overtake and surpass, and with it to feed the man. You can do this in milliseconds and absorb all the energy you need for a century in the body of the man. But in time we learn, in time we teach. And then in that process, you see a different dimension in the world of creation, and then you translate into the condition of the brain of the man to become what you call a dream and reality.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I know if people see that place, nobody will do any crime. I know that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, Mr. Keshi, Salomea. I also had some experience like this. I have seen myself in bed after I have seen my dogs, and I have seen the street and so on, because I was looking for a house to buy, and I just traveled to find a house, and after I went outside of the planet. Maybe I have seen Venus or Mars, because it was another color, like bricks. How do you call? Like orange, but not orange. It was like this. And when I come back in the morning, I scare. I said, "This is me," because I was with the hair very strange, like this, like it wasn't very much like me, but I recognize, and I said, okay, I have to go back. And other out of body was like not seeing myself, but traveling and looking at things and not seeing myself. It was like real. And going with in a tunnel with a tram, and going in a church. And after church, I have seen only gold. And I went to the with this gold light. I became this light. And the third type, I also tired. I was lying in my bed, and at 10:30 it was a time to receive Reiju from my spiritual master of Reiki, long time before. And I couldn't wake up, but I have seen my body gold there, like it was like electricity, you know, and in a position of Reiju, and staying there. I said, I'm crazy, what is this? But I have seen my silhouette of the body in the position of Reiju. It wasn't body, it was like gold, like electricity, like this. And another time during my meditation, I have seen my doctor. She's a lady, she's very good doctor of me, and she was next to me doing meditation like this, and I didn't see her. I see only her electrical body. I call like this myself electric. I don't know if it's correct or not. And I told to her that I didn't see her. I have seen only her electrical body. I informed the spiritual master, and he said, yes, it's possible. And he said to us that once he was looking on the mirror himself, and after some times he disappeared. He didn't see him anymore on the mirror. And now 2 days ago, I just read a play. The play is called Chair of Eugen Ionescu. He's a Romanian which emigrated and studied in Paris. No, he was in exile in Paris. This is correct. And is about people without invisible people. I think that he had also this experience and immortalized on this play. It's very interesting. He invited many people to come, and these people we can listen the I don't know how is in English. When you make noise, yes, is noise. We can listen the noise, but we can't see the people. Only at the end, we can see people laughing and doing and all this stuff like this. And it's lovely because the message of this play is that you have, if you want to save the world, save your soul. You have to read it. It's lovely. Maybe I will write something similar, but they will say that I will copy this. But it was so impressive for me. So many people, I think they can do this, but they don't like to recognize because other people will not listen to them. They will think they are crazy or they are telling lies. I don't know. Myself, I had the courage to share with you, and I share also with people similar to me from my team. I'm not the only. There are many people which can experience this because this is normal. But we have to study more and to tell to people and to do something with this. I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much.
Rick have again the hands up.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, it's Rick from London again. And I wanted to just further expand upon the experience I had that I described earlier. And I'm thinking about the body enhancement unit. At weeks following that experience I had, I was very happy. Let's just say there's no anxiety about things, just always finding yourself basically in the right place, just wherever you are, it's peaceful. As Mr. Kess has said many times, I could say I was a peaceful man. Not that I wasn't peaceful, but it just felt that way. So wood and the body enhancement unit, and Mr. Kess, you made this comment about certain people going in and maybe wanting to end their life when they come out. I can see the process that they might go through that allows them to understand their being, and they become peaceful men and women. We need to get these people in there. That's all.
There's someone in the chat, Mr. Martin Medina. Would you like to ask your question to Mr. Kesh?
Sure. I'm Martin Medina. I live in Corona, California, USA. So my question is, supposedly the vaccine for the coronavirus is bad for you and causing people to pass. So is there anything that we can do to prevent people from passing or to stop the effects of the vaccine?
We have said many times, we've said many times, we don't know what is the composition of these vaccines. So you cannot say you can find something to contract or do something with them. nobody knows what is, and especially with this diversity of vaccines in the market, that it can be done or whatever. And in that process, there is no way anybody can say what can be done with the vaccines and how our body will react with them, because even apparently one batch to another has a different strength and different composition in it. I think I heard about that Italians have started a program that now registering how people were affected by use of different vaccines and what it's done to them. If I was correct, I think it's the Italians who start doing this. We do not know, nobody knows. Nobody knows how these things are made and how they're administered and how things which takes 10, 20 years to produce suddenly is produced in billions and double dosage and triple dosage. And what is the limitation with these materials? We don't know, nobody knows. I try to find out what these vaccines are made of. I haven't managed to find out yet. It's like a Coca-Cola recipe.
But Mr. Kesh, couldn't you say that if you're prophylactically using the cup 1 and cup 1, that you at least you have struck a balance with your emotion, and so that if a comorbidity or another, if you have other issues, the fear that's associated with the virus or the vaccine will be perhaps could be minimized, as opposed to being enhancing a psychosomatic condition.
We do not know what these vaccines are made of. These are chemicals. I explained this even recently. There is a big difference between the matter and a plasma cell and cancer cell, the same thing. This cocktail of things which has been put together, nobody knows what it is exactly put together. As far as I'm concerned, it could be a drop of bleach as much as a drop of Coca-Cola in it, and now it's become a vaccine.
Well, what I meant is that if the threat is the calcification or the clotting that seems to be prevalent, like in the AstraZeneca one, if at least you have protected the blood cell by, interacting with the zinc that from cup 1, at least you could try to mitigate some of the possible influences by the matter state chemical that you introduced. At least that would give you some peace of mind to having, being able, not being able to do nothing, but at least being able to do something proactively. I'll go so far if you won't.
I would like not to go that point, because proactively I never would have promoted the corona. Nowadays, I was explaining something, but there was somebody sent me a video which is from someone in UK, that the lady says something like, so many people have died this year of respiratory condition, and less than -3 of them, they're all COVID, and every year so many people die of this and they don't count. So every death has been put on the COVID. We have no real statistic out what it is and how this will do, but what would the injections are supposed to create. We see calcification of the lung. I've seen enough videos, random videos, or what do you call it, pictures and MRIs from hospitals in Iran during the operation. It's not that it's a fake disease, it's not. But is it the way they're pushing it to be? Don't forget, there was an article, if you put somebody dying of a cancer, you get 3,500. If you put somebody dying of corona, you get 35,000. So all the doctors write corona. At least that's how it works in the United States. That's
Yes,
why, pardon?
yes, in California, it's 157,000 per positive case.
Yeah.
And
So
it goes up to
everybody's a corona.
300,000, yeah.
So everybody has a corona as far as I can get $150,000 for it.
Yeah, and influenza has basically disappeared off the planet as far as being diagnosed. But yet symptomatically, you can still see it. But yet, you know, it doesn't pay to just find a flu. You know, you have to find corona or COVID-19 or something that would get a pay. There's a payday from signing it off as that way. But I was just making the mention that in the returns on the past history of how the zinc has worked with cancers, which are tumors of calcium, and how in a way the anti-plaquing of the arteries and eliminating heart conditions from the zinc too, how that's applied, how it just seems that it's preemptively, it's a very good way to deal with both the physical and the emotional parts of the body, and in a way protect yourself, if I could go so far to say that.
We do not know. It's just I keep out of these controversies because, especially with the new position I've accepted in certain structure, that we overlook and override all these things. We just ignore it because it has to be done. But on the other hand, the strangest thing is how all over the world suddenly have this disease. It's a black plague, which is white in the lung, and it actually kills, it actually destroys life, but we have no solution for it. No one who actually have caught the corona outside what we know in the Keshe Foundation has survived it. Unless their body has been immune to or have found a solution to it or resisted to it. It's a very complicated. I watched the Keshe Foundation team, how I was talking to the Keshe Foundation team in Iran today or yesterday, and I said to them, very strange, since we have separated you from a team which were everywhere we're going was corona, none of you have had a corona infection in the past few months. I said, yes, it's true. Because before that, every week, every 2 weeks, we had crisis with the Keshe Foundation team in Iran. It's a huge number of them. It's about 100+ of them. And now none of them suffers with it. And it was strange that how all were getting, and how dangerous it became. It's not ignoring doesn't exist, it does exist, but to what extent we can subject it to change through the new technology, even that has to be studied in more detail.
But can you say that between those two groups, there was one individual that was the poison pill that was part of one group, and then once that was eliminated, it just kind of disappeared?
Yes, 100%. One person. We eliminated one person from the equation and everything stopped. In the Keshe Foundation team, we are talking about, not outside. We stopped one person, we put one person out and everything stopped. You have to understand, they're not just us, a lot of organizations, because I've seen very recently, past few days, a group trying to reach to me through, I've seen Mark has made a comment on it, and Rick has made a comment on it, with a guy saying he wants to reach Mr. Kesh and the rest of it. And we immediately have stopped all this because we know this was part of what I call a team, a group. We knew they were trying to infiltrate. And, you know, with the way we trying to promote the female side of the Keshe Foundation into taking more charges. And these people have studied, oh, Mr. Kesh will respond to females. So they brought two sisters together trying to influence the passage into Keshe Foundation. And we immediately in the background realized it was part of the setup by very much by the American CIA at a very high level trying to discredit. And then they wanted to bring all sorts of things into Keshe Foundation. And it was nip in the bud because the Keshe Foundation security very rapidly moved to about early last week on it. And it was more or less set up to discredit the Keshe Foundation from, what do you call it, a part of our work. So we watch this, we're always there, but we eliminated one person and all the infections right across Keshe Foundation stopped in Iran.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
It is 11:30 in Europe, I believe. Not that you couldn't go all night. Is there anyone else who'd like to ask Mr. Kesh a question?
For the person, sorry.
Go ahead, Yvonne.
For the person who last spoke, I would suggest that you go on the KF Wiki and look at the Cup 1 and the Cup 2, because you sound like somebody new. If somebody can put that in the chat, the link to.
Yes, I will. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Bye.
Mr. Keschel, how soon will the scientific book be available on Amazon for distribution to the public?
It's already been released. The
But they're
Corona.
talking about May 15th delivery.
Pardon?
They're talking about May 15th delivery.
For which one?
For the report, the Corona report.
Shipping out 30 days, we haven't seen any request on it to be before that. The books shipping is immediate the minute we receive the order. There is, you will see in next week or two, a second Keshe Foundation publication of all the 3 books, all the 4 books, both in Kindle and paperback. You will see them on Amazon, in conjunction and in line with Keshe Foundation in Amazon of our books. That is the second wave of publication. As we said, we have start collaboration with a company for promotion of the books, and are publishing the books under the same banner, but different publication number. That you might see the book number 1, 2, and 3 in 2 locations in Amazon. And this is part of, as I told you, I think it should appear this week or next week. As part of the structure, Keshe Foundation has started to bring in the foundation and the work of the foundation into public domain in a very rapid way. And deliveries should be within Within 7 days, all the books from the receipt of order leaves the next 2 days, because it's a stockpile and it's kept, and it'll be kept up. The books are property of the foundation, not any of the subsidiaries.
So we have to order through Amazon.
Yes, you order through Amazon and you receive it. Or I mean, all the books are done that way. Now, but you see, as I said, Keshe Foundation shop in Amazon, and the Kindle will be kept the same. But from next week, you will see a second location selling the books, but that second location is being set up to bring the sale of the book into bestseller structure of the books on Amazon and worldwide. In UK, most probably you will see Keshe Foundation books in the bookshops after the 17th of May when the bookshops open. And you will see gradually across the world Keshe Foundation hard copies in the bookshops as bestsellers. This is the step we took to bring the knowledge into public, and now we can do it.
Oh, excellent, excellent. Can I ask about the shipping from the KF store? Is
KF store everything now except three items which are forward booked through China. Everything gets shipped within maximum 7 days. We have restructured. China has restructured itself into 5 different companies. We had to do it in that way. And then Europe has been divided into 3 sub-companies deliberately for this. From now on, I think from next week, when you make a what do you call purchase, you'll purchase from the Keshe Foundation Trading Company, not from the Keshe Foundation Austria anymore. And in that process, all the shipping, everything has been realigned within, more or less everything within 3 days leaves the Keshe Foundation offices. We only have one problem. It's with United Kingdom because of the what do you call it, exit of United Kingdom. There's a lot of problems in post offices shipping goods into the UK. We are opening, we have already financed Mexico, and we will most probably use Mexico as a distribution depot for American continent, North and South. And we most probably make a depot somewhere in Australia, most probably through with Jim and Lisa. That distribution becomes much faster, deliveries become much faster. Hopefully in next 3 months, we have a distribution points in and from Guangzhou, Tehran, Austria, and Mexico. These are for sure moving on very quickly. So everything will be what I call 3 to 5 days delivery. Each section which announces they have the products will be on location delivery. We used to forward sell and we had a lot of things to reorganize. Now everything is reorganized. Everything is, the only things which I think is 4 weeks holding is the suits, which are coming from China. And I think the environmental, one of the environmental units, the factory has delayed, it's going to be done in 3 weeks.
yeah, I have soaps and cups.
Those should be shipped from China.
Okay, so there's a delay.
There should be no delay in China. Within a week should be shipped. We put so much order of the soap to the factory that the lady now is expanding her business to meet the demand of the Keshe Foundation. So, and we know there is no delay in China for the soaps. It should have been shipped. It usually should ship now within 5 days latest.
I think I'm running 6 weeks now.
Which one? What? You had one order which was blocked somehow. And when we checked, it was shipped immediately.
Well, yeah, there's I put another order in, and it's been.
What is the problem there?
I don't know what the problem is. It's another 120 bars of soap.
But that should have been shipped.
Last week of February, I placed the order.
The production with the soap is that the lady we have given the order to, she's producing them. She's receiving so much order from us. I check it tomorrow and I'll tell you. We have a problem with California, with Ike. We don't know why nothing can get to him. Everything sent to him comes back or finds a problem. He's received 1 package out of 6 or whatever, 3, I think. Yep.
Yeah,
We don't know why. We don't know why packages come back or the reason for it. But I'll check your soap tomorrow.
We're locked down here in Canada, and they say officially we're going to be locked down for another month. But from talking to the police department, we're going to be locked down till the June 21st at least.
But you receive post.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, but
I check with things because I know we have no delay. There is anything ordered from Austria is a pro rata stock. The same with China, unless there is, because some of our orders goes to China for dispatch. We have reorganized all that. It's been done. We had a problem with the air purification systems where the factory had a delay in production. They put our production behind another order they had, and they delayed us by 6 weeks, where it was supposed to be shipped immediately. And that has been sorted now. The material, I think, is in Europe already, and it'll be shipped up in the next 7 days, the minute you receive it.
yeah, here in Canada, the panic is setting in with the public. Well, according to the news, anyway, with the third wave, and it's the numbers are starting to escalate very rapidly. So there's a lot of panic in the air.
But the strange thing is that everybody suddenly has gone together. It looks like an orchestrated news. Suddenly,
Well, it's not that
pardon?
It's not that they've seen the virus. It's just that they've had positive tests, and they're escalating, and they're talking about jam-packed at the internal intensive care units in the hospitals and things like that. So,
I know we have the same thing in Austria now. 3 states have, they say they have such a huge numbers, but they're asking the other states to open up their emergency rooms for the 3 states. But what is the position? We do not know. We have to wait and see. I don't want to say anything because
yeah, I don't either, and I can't do anything. I just basically lay low. That's all we can do right now, and let it play out.
we don't see it. We don't understand it. We don't. I have not seen anyone with corona within our working system. We have not seen. I've been to the corona centers because the exhibition has become a corona center. We can't even run the exhibition. We don't know how long all our machines are sitting there. We can't demonstrate. We can't do anything with them. And so we are stuck. A lot of people are stuck.
Yeah, and of course the fallout on the economy here is really something else. So you say
You're
it's
rich nations. You have Canada and United States. You're rich. You're laid with gold and silver, huh?
Sure we are, and beer.
And yeah, we got to wait and see. There's not much we can do. We have a problem even now. In next few weeks, we are shipping the enhancement units. We don't know how to get people to install them. This is a problem. We're trying now. The enhancement units are going on order for manufacturing to be delivered in the next 6 weeks. We do not know how to get people who we train or people who have to go to install these things. Because the stock. This is one of my biggest problem at the moment in Keshe Foundation. Even if we deliver the units, we don't have anybody who can install it to start it. North Canada is covered by one of our staff. We can cover Canada, or how to get him to United States to stop Arizona, or the new unit in Mexico. And all these problems, how we get there is a big mess at the moment.
Yeah, well, we didn't create the mess. Thank you very much for your time and attention. And
I checked tomorrow, because last time when you told me, I checked your border was already sorted. I checked where the soap, why it is. It's because the soap is there. It's ordered, and the lady has done so well with us that she's expanding her business.
yeah, and rightfully so. We have tremendously positive comments about it, and it's kind of the only line of defense that we have here, because people don't want to make the cup of life, and you know, I just have a few bars left, and I'm hoarding them. Like,
No problem. I'll check it tomorrow, because I know I had a discussion in the office last week about this, that the lady has expanded. These are handmade soaps, and she has expanded. I saw a picture that it just doesn't have even rooms to dry the soaps.
oh yeah, I believe it.
This is the problem. This is what I tell you. We're looking people who artisans who work with the Keshe Foundation. They receive a lot of orders from us. We support them, and this lady in China is doing very well through our work. I mean,
Well, she's also doing a great job. That's you know, the quality is there, and so that's a success story.
Yeah, I mean, this is why we said we start supporting the artisans who make things, and she's doing a good job, and she's earning a good living through the Keshe Foundation. Because don't forget now, these are sold in China too, and across the whole thing. This is needed reorganization. Keshe Foundation needed reorganization, and now it's done, and it's getting better. As I move further out, the ladies are doing a better job than we did as men. Now the Keshe Foundation, the two heads of the Keshe Foundation have coordinated their works very, very tightly. And we'll see new development, new breakthrough, and hopefully with a new factory in Jindanjan, it will bring us a huge step forward in delivery. It's a 17,000 square meter factory floor, and everything is laid out. There is a suggestion by the Italians. We were in an Italian meeting yesterday. They've suggested something very interesting, that most of the government allows certain percentage of the taxes you pay to be paid to any charity organization you want. And in Italy, I think it's about 5% of the taxes you pay, not from your money, from the tax you pay to government, you can allocate to be paid to a charity. And from this week, they are going to encourage the Italian knowledge seekers to ask the government the 5% to be paid to the Keshe Foundation as a donation, as a charity pay. And if there is such a thing in your countries and knowledge seekers can do this, you don't pay anything out of your pocket. What you pay, each government allows a percentage to be paid to any charity organization. And KF is a registered, what do you call it, a charity or as a foundation. You can make a lot of contribution that allows us to smooth up the work of the Keshe Foundation in the background. If you're paying taxes, ask your government how much of my taxes can be paid to a charity organization, and KF is registered. Your government pays into the foundation as a donation, and it can run to a few $100s each per year.
Are you saying the Canadian government doesn't have the report?
What report?
The Corona report?
The Corona report has to be handled by us. We are working on it at a governmental level. There is a lot happening in Iran. It's not just because I come from there, but Keshe Foundation has received a huge support from Iranian structure, which we don't disclose, but the books will be handled through there too. You have to understand, you can go to them and say, oh, there is nothing, it's just a report. But this report, and the way we plan it to come out of the government, and one of the things they say, if you've got such a technology, why are you going into in the shutdown for 2 weeks or 10 days in Iran? Because Rouhani is making the last attempt to make as much money as he can before he goes. And on the eve of his departure from the office, you will see the Corona report will become one of the main structures in Iran and will be applied right across Iran. This is what we're planning for. We can't do anything. This is a problem with another problem. This is in a way how the system works. Government in office is listened to by the other governments. And Rouhani has decided nothing but what he's brought, the technologies he brought, that him and his entourage are benefiting by, can be done anything till he leaves office. Then we see what's the position of the, the new technologies. We are not the only answer. The minute we say we are the only solution to Corona, we become arrogant, and I've said that many times. We're not the only one. In Iran, 2 or 3 solutions have been found. The same in China. But how we get it to break through and how we get it through what I call Corona Mafia is a different story. I have, in the past few weeks, if you were clear to understand, I have laid out a foreign policy for Iran. Not because I speak, because we have the position to implement it. And I have accepted the position to be able to do this. Iran foreign policy will totally change with the new administration. And with it will change a lot of things. What they made of to be the land of the devils will become a land that everybody will want to be there, to be part of the devil, as I call it. Now later, the new foreign policy and under the understanding of new technology and the ethos of the Iranian nation. And this will be the new foreign policy of Iran as we come into power, into order. I have accepted the position. That position implements our wishes to be implemented. We change the scene in respect to Iran, especially with Corona. We will rapidly deploy Keshe Foundation technology right across Iran into teachings on media and everything else, and then what I call a peace policy through new technology.
Mr. Keshe, this is Galetli in Michigan. You said something about when my unit will come, I shouldn't worry about where it goes. So I'm just checking back to make sure that is still the case.
Yes, it's the case. We need a massive English. Arizona will be totally more or less done and the same in 4 locations in US and Canada.
Because I have someone who could be a potential investor to buy another unit or the vertical unit. So I would need to maybe talk sometime to see.
Vertical units will go out in next 3 weeks.
I mean, if we need to have like a place, a center or a group that puts us together.
Yes, one in one vertical unit with one what we call the enhancement unit will make a set when it's working. The enhancement units, the vertical units, are built in Austria. They are not conditioned to come from China, and we developed the technology and it's completed. So in next 3 weeks they start leaving the factory, and most of it, the first lot will go to United States, to Arizona, till they receive the other enhancement unit. The part of the what we call supplies to Europe will go the same way with the enhancement unit, with the vertical enhancement units. Enhancement units we have all set up to leave. We were waiting for one machinery to arrive. It arrived on Friday, which allows us to automate the whole production, and it'll go into production this week, and it allows us to produce all the new reactors which we have designed as conversion from the old one. We're waiting for this to be completed. Now it's done, and the rest is very rapid. The vertical enhancement units, within the next 3 weeks, now we start exporting the vertical enhancement units.
That's wonderful. Only if you send one this way, there's no place to put it yet. That's what I'm talking
The
about.
enhancement units can be held in the medical centers, in doctor's surgeries.
Yeah, but like my my doctor that I see is a chiropractor, and his door wouldn't even accommodate the enhancement unit. So
And which one, the vertical one or the horizontal one?
the horizontal one.
The horizontal one, we have to find a center for it. We are bringing people in the background to organize all this in the next few days.
Okay, so I don't have to worry about it?
I don't think so. We'll find a solution for you somewhere. We have the same thing now with the enhancement units for Italy. We had a meeting with the Italians last night regarding this matter.
Okay,
To find a place to be. We have already spoken even today with the centralization of the control of all these systems in Iran. And the Iranian scientists have started writing the programs for the central station in Iran. All the enhancement units will be controlled through Tehran, from the data control and data information and central, what they call support, back support. In the new administration change in Iran, the relationship between the United States and Iran will change totally in a very positive way, back by 40 years. And sending even enhancement units from Iran to you, which is going to be manufactured, will not be any problem.
And I'm also still waiting for products from Austria.
What is your product?
The generator and the 2 piece packs with the 4
2 piece packs.
that contains lights and a pillow and different assortment of things.
Is it those come from China, and we don't have any problem with it? The lights, the outside lights.
No, the inside light, the moon lamp and the speaker.
There should be no problem with those, because those are ex stock.
Well, I haven't seen anything yet. And the little yellow whirligig. Yeah, I have not
Oh,
seen anything yet.
I know about your system, about your moon and
Yes.
your UFO.
Yes.
Some of the shipping in some of the states are returning your goods back to us because they have a lithium battery in them. This is all the moons and the UFOs, or we have X stock. We bought hundreds and it's been fully paid as a part of the stock. Well, when we had a problem the same with some of the American states are returning the goods because they have a lithium battery in them.
And the generator, I ordered that five years ago. Will I be getting
The
a new one?
generator will be released sometimes very soon. We know the generator. We ask a lot of people to ask for a refund. We pay you back, and some people said they want to wait.
Yeah, I want to wait.
So the people who want to wait, because we published it as part of our security structure, will be released with what we have now, because the enhancement units use this technology. We asked a lot of people who pay to return. We refund a large number of people, and the rest said, there's I think about 100 people, 150 people, 152 people decided they're gonna wait.
Okay. There's one more comment, and I had wrote it in the chat, and that is on the Thursday teachings. I find it very difficult to understand acoustically.
Thursday teaching on YouTube and on some other channels will be reloaded sometime next 2 or 3 days. There was a problem between the Keshe Foundation studio and what you call the television center. Something like the first 10-15 minutes could not be heard, and in the middle there is a gap. But we record everything at the station. So the new recording at the station has been, edited. And I think I was told it was ready today, but they still found some background noise in it. It's getting corrected tomorrow and it'll be reloaded on YouTube.
What I mean is the beginnings of your sentences are always very clear and loud, and then your voice trails off towards the end, and usually the most important part is very hard to hear.
Because I don't get fed properly, most probably. But we don't have a problem at the station, but we have a problem uploading live. So we know that we can't do anything with it because Austria, even the big advanced station, doesn't have the fiberglass or fiber cables. So everything is recorded in in the center and gets reloaded back up. So they're trying to edit it. It was edited yesterday, and once it was listened to, it was said there is still some noise, background noise. It's going to be re-edited and released most probably by tomorrow or Tuesday. I've seen the YouTube. It's going to be reloaded, and then you will hear everything, because we have a huge storage capacity at the station that we are holding to the recordings. As we record, as it's done, if there is anything, we can backload, reload.
Okay, because I think there might even be some programs that can adjust the volume so that when the volume is loud, it'll make it more moderate, and when it's going home.
I know you have that with some of the products advertising. We know that. So the new team will sort all this out. We have a six member IT team position in Iran as of next week, and that most of the things across Keshe Foundation will be sorted through these IT specialists in Tehran. The Keshe Foundation now has a permanent office in Tehran, And I was talking today with them and with the IT team, which is putting the things up. This will be sorted in a very, very short while in, what do you call it, in Tehran. And a lot of editing will be done there. We're putting a very good team together in Iran for the IT backup of the Keshe Foundation, because now they have this. It took us some time to organize it. Thanks to Azar, she went to Iran and took the responsibility to put everything together. And now Tehran office is fully operational. As I said, many of the Keshe Foundation Universal Council members are doing extreme jobs in the background in organizing a lot of things for the Keshe Foundation. And Azar spent all her holiday in Iran to make sure the CAF center in Iran is fully operational. And thanks to her, she's done a beautiful job in Tehran. So now we're getting a lot of people from the top, what we call ITs, who, what do you call it, will take place in the office in Tehran, and you will see the work showing very rapidly. There are about 6 people to be employed to do this job. And I'm sure some of you have seen some pictures of the new office in Iran.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Mr. Keshe,
This is the office of Keshe Foundation in Tehran, just opened up last week. So this office is fully equipped to have a studio room and people who will come in as a backup into what you call for the IT support. We are officially opened up in Iran. It's the same with Mexico. Mexico is now becoming fully operational the same way. Now with what I call the new ladies taking over the responsibility, a lot of the Keshe Foundation work. This allows us to do a lot of work in the background to bring everything into what we call order. The same thing has happened in Mexico. Mexico is up to scratch. It's coming to operation in hopefully next few days. Slowly building it up. And as you will see, Keshe Foundation Mexico, it'll be very, very nicely completed in the next few days. This is the Keshe Foundation Mexico. It's gone fully operational, and will come into full production operation. The Mexico will go on the same works as Amazon. We, as I said under the teaching, we have found out there's a big problem in the prices. Americans and South America and the Asian continents, a lot of people cannot, and even in Eastern Bloc, the prices are too high for them to pay the prices on the Keshe Foundation. So the factories will go into operation from now on to provide specifically for these nations or this part of the world.
One more question. I do know a professor at Eastern Michigan University who is into materials in coatings and things like that. Would it be possible, or what should I do to maybe introduce the 2 of you?
For what purpose?
for him to learn about the materials unit?
That is a different thing. We will do there is a structure getting set up. It's just started in progress about 2 to 3 months. It will be hopefully completed, where the teachings will be done in a different way for the enhancement units, all of them. Most probably the way we're setting up is that we do the first series of teachings, recorded, that from then on will be for anybody who comes in or buys the new units, or the new doctors joining for the new units, or the production of the materials will be taught through those teachings.
Okay. And could it be that we would have a unit with that function also included that might be here locally?
Those, yes. The first series of the enhancement unit material production will go to a Huawei company.
Okay.
The first batch of works, once completed, will go to Huawei, and then we'll see the next steps with it. 1 unit, 2 units will go to Arizona for work with the space agencies, but primarily all the material enhancement units at the moment is all going to China.
Okay. So would it be helpful for me to look around for a location?
For what? For the material production?
At first for the other unit.
If you look, yes, we always, if you are locally, you can look, yes, it helps us quite a lot. We are doing the same thing with Germany. Germany is in the same position. We have, the doctors are looking for a position, and when it's done, we do the same. The same is happening with England. Because people are local, we can't sit here from estate agents and guess where to go. If you find it, we support to do the rest of it. And everything in the US and Canada will be handled through Arizona anyway. The head operation of the enhancement unit sits with John in Arizona.
Okay. Thanks.
Everything we do, you're welcome. Everything we do with the enhancement unit across the US, Canada is all collaborated and works through John. Once you find it, then he has to approve it, and then we take the next step.
Mr. Kirsch, I have a question for you, if you would like to answer. It is possible to abolish the sanctions for all countries because of the fault or not fault of some leaders. A lot of population suffer, and this is not fair.
The sanctions is unilateral and by force by Americans. And the new policy we set out by the Iranian way is we ignore the sanctions, and we invite the nations who the sanctions have been put on Iran to send their scientists to learn a new technology. The sanctions in Iran is not a scientific, is a cover up for a bigger scale operation. And for that reason, we do not really care about it. Other countries have their own reasons for the sanctions by the Americans. But overall, we are not, you got to realize something very important, which a lot of people don't know, that during the 1970s, 80s, and 90s, up to 95%, or even into 80s, during the beginning of the Islamic Republic Revolution, even into 90s, 90%, 95% of Iran national GDP, what you call income, came through the oil. So Iran was a very much oil-dependent nation. Since mid-1990s, with the leadership of Ayatollah Khamenei, Iran has moved in a direction of petrochemical and scientific development that now oil is on about 30-35% of national income. We do not depend on it. So the sanctions which was brought up in that way does not affect Iran as such in a way, but allowed Iran scientific and technological development become home self-made, and has created huge breakthroughs. And we have taken steps to, with regarding to Iran as a new foreign policy, that we do not care, we do not, they can keep their sanctions as we say, to the way they like. But what we've been sanctioned for, we start teaching internationally. And then it's their decision to keep their sanctions or just walk away from it and embarrass themselves. The new Iranian foreign policy with the new government is very, very straightforward. Our policy is that you can keep your sanctions. And you find out, as I said, the sanctions can be kept in respect to Iran for another century on the book. But what we've been sanctions from nuclear will teach the world the new plasma nuclear technology. If you made a mistake to not teach and take man to mankind, yes, carry on taking oil and burn fuel and try to make your rockets with whatever you do. The new space technology needs a new understanding of a plasma and nuclear and space development. So if you're sanctioning your scientists to become joining 21st century and still want to go to moon with the donkey on the back of it firing his backside, you do so. Nobody can stop you. And if you can say anybody else can go better than us with the sanction, you do so. But as we say, the new way is to keep them the sanctions. Sanction on North Korea is for a different reason. Sanction on Venezuela is for a different reason. But in respect to Iran foreign policy, I have made it very clear our position. Keep the sanctions as much as you like. We can land 10,000 people in the center of Washington in no time. You don't even have a technology to detect us. Then the embarrassment comes, which nuclear technology is more correct? America wants to stay in the donkey's age, let them stay. But we teach the rest of the world. As I said, we have to understand that the oil policy of the past is for longer, longer. And we've seen the world leaders in different shape or form are coming to Iran, knowing that the sanctions are over there. When I'm making announcements and governments listen and a new policy will come out, they can keep the sanctions. We ask them to keep the sanctions. The more sanctions they keep, the more embarrassment will come for them. Our new policy is not listening to sanctions. Our new policy is teaching the new technology. And it's a new nuclear plasma technology. Who can sanction? And we send more donkeys to America to put into space and to the others who follow that place. The technology of bonfire and hoping you get into space is over. How much more they want to deceive their nations. So they can keep the sanctions. We have no problem. And that was one of the reasons we allow the new games to be played till the position has changed. Sanctions for Iran has no more meaning, and I've laid out the Iran new foreign policy very clearly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cash. I think that these sanctions are very stupid policy in all world.
It is, I don't
Yes.
get my way, I have power to block you. Bullying has worked, but bullying will not work anymore. The problem is we concentrate on human race to bully each other, or we take human race into space in a beautiful way. And the new Iranian policy is we take mankind into space in a new way. Let them fight their dog fight for themselves. It's very simple. And I announced the policy about 2 months ago, and it will take shape in the new administration. I have accepted a very powerful position in Iran to bring this in, and I would not accept such a position if we could not deliver.
This is good.
I think those who sit here from other governments and listen to this recording, they know exactly what is to come. It's no use fighting something which is donkeys years old. Let them fight for what doesn't exist. So now new technology has to be brought in, and we cannot go into space without understanding of a proper new technology and what we call nuclear plasma technology. And instead of working that way, we open all the nuclear centers of Iran to all the nations, and we show them what the new technology is. As we say, egg will be on the face of who decided to throw it. But it has to stay that way somewhere, and there has to be a change in policy and a change in understanding. And we will lead that way, because the technology is available, it's just trying to implement it. A lot of work is getting done in the background to bring this into position. And in the next few weeks, we will see, hopefully, a lot of changes.
Inshallah.
There's no inshallah, it's already done. It's already taking shape and is building up.
Okay. Good.
Very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cash, for sharing so much of your valuable time and knowledge with us. And we look forward to a very bright future, brighter than we can imagine.
It's all of us. The Keshe Foundation, your knowledge seekers, teaching and keeping the technology up front and things has brought this condition. It's not anymore one person. It's the whole of the what we see knowledge seekers in the background. We're seeing knowledge seekers popping out in the places and the nations we couldn't even imagine. And we so many of them. We're seeing now the Russian group coming up. We're seeing the Japanese slowly trying to find their strength after the embarrassment they created for them. You got to understand what happened in Fukushima. The embarrassment of a nation came by a Turkish guy who pretended to be Japanese within Japanese structure. It wasn't done by the Japanese, and this brought a lot of shame to Japanese knowledge seekers. That they allowed the Turkish guy to infiltrate into the Japanese system, and they trusted them. And this is all part of what has been going around the Keshe Foundation in so many ways.
So there's much more that we don't know than we do at this point, but hopefully soon a lot will be revealed, as you said, in the upcoming period.
If we reveal the videotape which shows the American deliberate action to discredit Keshe Foundation done by Obama in the White House, you'll be shocked. I released this recording and videos. How they have given American passport to people to try to discredit Japanese nation. And the guy is so stupid that he's put it on the tape. We are in position of the tape.
The United States is sending the aircraft carrier Roosevelt and the Donald Cook destroyer up to the Black Sea again. Is that for Russia to do their job again?
Do the job again. Yeah, they need the Donald Duck, I call it. But we'll see. I think they revamped it. They want to see if it works. We'll see. It's the gun policy will not work anymore, and we'll see how it'll go.
In fact, all the US rockets that are being used bought from Russia. Russia has the most powerful rockets.
At the moment, we see the, what do you call it, the gentleman who's trying to find a way to fly and land in the United States is keeping the American Space Agency busy with his games.
Yeah, the Tesla owner.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. We have set up a new technology, and the biggest move will come into understanding of the plasma technology and its implication. And we have the Chinese behind us, and the Russians always been on the same side, and we'll see. Most probably we change the space technology to China and Iran, and then the rest will follow. We'll see the new structure to the next step. But foreign policy is well laid out. We have announced it long before the end of, but we have to wait for official time of this government to run out.
I want to thank you very much, Mr. Kesh, and I want to thank everyone for attending the North American International Corona Team meeting and allowing me to present. I'm going to sign off, and for any further comments, I'm going to pass it over to you, Mark. Thank you, everybody.
Well, it's always a pleasure to listen to Mr. Kesh. All the knowledge we've missed, but apparently that knowledge is in different places and it'll be released at different times for different purposes. And I think we'll all have a clearer understanding of our position in the coming future and not too far ahead. So thank you all for attending. Mr. Kesh, bless you. Bless all of us.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh, and everyone.
Thank you, all of you. You're keeping the foundation heart beating, and it's beautiful to see the way it's going.
Can I ask you, all of you guys, do you see anywhere any lecture more than 1 hour or 2 hours? It's only here in Keshe Foundation. And we would like to stay more.
Plasma energy, sorry, it's coming from London. It's plasma energy, I believe.
We just got to, the way it goes, there's a lot of people in the background working to keep things going. And thanks to all of you. And we'll see where we'll go to. And how we'll change everything. It's what do you call, somebody told me this is the most effective underground technology which will explode up. By the time we get to find out, it'll be too late. But it's been a nice trip. It's been a nice development. Thank you very much. All of you. It's all Keshe Foundation is a foundation. It's all of us, not one. And we have seen success after success in past 7-8 months, where I cannot emphasize, and soon you will understand how beautiful things are happening now that there is no one to betray us. And it's beautiful the way the things are taking shape right across the world, everything. Nobody can preempt and block and damage just because they have the information. What is interesting now, we see in Iran, they even went into Iran trying to destroy the Keshe Foundation's homeland with the Iranians. We have the recordings of it. We have the communications of it. How they tried, what they did for years inside Keshe Foundation. They went to Iran trying to destroy inside Iran. On a 62-page report handed totally by them made by them with the government. Betrayal was very deep, and now there is no more, and the success comes out of now we are all working the same way. It's very interesting once we reveal how your works has kept everything moving so beautifully, even these teachings, the Brazilians, the one in China, the other languages. It's amazing.
Has the Vatican gotten back to you on your request for a meeting?
Pardon?
Has the Vatican gotten back to you? I know you requested a certain meeting
No,
there.
no, not yet. They will not do, because we deliberately made that request because they made the first attempted move after we announced what we know happened in Iraq. And we have to wait and see what's the next step from Vatican.
So all eyes are focused on the Keshe Foundation in so many ways.
No. We are little group. We should do ourselves, but influential enough to do things. We should look outward, not inward, and that's the way the Keshe Foundation runs. The next step for us is that's not only world peace, it's just educating a lot of people around the world with the new technology. Being able to teach thousands of people at the same time, changing their understanding in the correct way. And this is all getting set up by the new team set up in Iran. We're setting up the biggest teaching platform ever known. We can accommodate to 1 million students a day. The structure of the platform is well set, it's getting set up. The teaching of the new technology will happen in massive scale. Up to 1 million students at the same time, taught across the world.
So that's simultaneous translation.
Yes, 20 languages.
I hope you've got a good system for the translation.
We have a beautiful system set up. It's getting done. It will be done. When we invite people to the new technology, we should have the power to teach it to, and it's getting structured. You will see gradually what is about to happen is all because of all of you as a Keshe Foundation keeping things in move in the direction the way it is. Thank you very much. Hopefully we'll see you on Thursday teaching.
Yes. And just a reminder to all the private students, you can join the Keshe Foundation and go through the security clearance as a private student, which is only about €100 per year. And again, it's very valuable. Jalal will be holding a class tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Central European time. And all the private students are invited to attend. We know it's the break right now, but we're still carrying on in the background. And I want to thank Jalal for bringing up this deciphering and continuing on with it. Very valuable knowledge is being shared, and it's a great class. So hopefully we'll see you there, all the private students that can attend. It's amazing that we are in the presence of such a knowledgeable group, but Mr. Keshe has shown us so many things that we weren't aware of in so many different areas. And we're going to continue to grow into the knowledge. So I will play the message to humanity and then the final disclaimer, and I guess we'll be ending the meeting. I want to thank you all for attending today. And I'm sure you know your time is not wasted whatsoever. We've seen a lot and we've heard a lot. And as Mr. Keshe says, he's been a lot of places and he's seen a lot of things. And I think many of us will too, as we go out into the universe and explore totally new dimensions that we weren't even aware existed. So thank you again.
Now that we have opened what I call the final stages of man to understand, now you have to understand you have no choice. It needs a lot of understanding, it needs a lot of positioning, it needs, there is a celebration going on. A lot of you will report massive number of UFOs in huge numbers. It's not 1 or 2 anymore. It's just like a party, let's all go there and there is a traffic jam. You will see those happening in the coming weeks. There is a big party going on this planet. Man has not seen it, do not understand. In a way, without you knowing, you go to out shopping and you come home, the party is set, and then you have a surprise. In a way, mankind is waiting for that surprise, but there are few steps to be taken. The universal what they call universal community has already laid out the party. And to lay the party, you need to bring a lot of things ready, a lot of souls. All friends are coming back. You will see a new transformation on the skies and in the skies of this planet very, very soon. We changed the whole structure as of last week, and we brought a new dimension. You will see it, you will feel it. And this situation with Corona, this actually would have happened because the soul of this planet was getting ready to join the universal community. And it's a solution for man to find himself in, to elevate himself. This is a universal council teaching. This is what we call one nation, one planet, one race. And in so many ways, we have made one of you, but we have joined you to be one of the totality. It's a birthday party. And those who are organizing the party, it's just, 9 months and so many days, the child is born and you get everything ready for the party of the birth. That's what's happening. For the coming weeks, you will see more and more activities in a very strange way, in a huge numbers. And some of them, they are single souls who left this planet thousands of years ago. They're coming back. They're coming back to welcome the new child. These lights you see in the skies, which will appear as single and in hundreds of thousands to come, many of them, they are not UFOs. They are the souls who left this planet and come back. They know it's the time to celebrate. But mankind is blind. And no radar can see the soul. If the radars could see the soul, every day millions of people could die and get born. Why don't the radars don't show? The souls leave. Now we see the soul return. You see the light, and mankind has joined us. You have no choice. We have left you no more choice. We left it to you lot for some millions of years, and you did nothing but just mess it up more and more. And now it's just, it's the next step, next evolution. But how far, how much, to what extent mankind is ready for it is a question for the man to ask himself. You come here to learn a cup, you learn this, you learn that, but you're so blind you don't see what is in truth there behind. The reality is, and this is the question I asked yesterday as well, is the soul of the man as a man, as totality, ready for this transformation?
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. we specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.